clothing, and again, it is believed that they were acting alone. 2 people were detained Wednesday, but neither was determined to be connected to the shooting, and both of them were released. The university said the campus was immediately evacuated and remained closed. Classes were canceled until further notice. Those still on campus were asked to stay in place until police officers could safely escort them. We haven't gotten any new information from overnight in terms of where this investigation stands today. Really, the major headline is that the shooter is still at large. But I'd like to bring you that latest update that we had from investigators down there on the scene from last night. These are all the details that we know, but in case you didn't watch it, we'll play it out next.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. Today at approximately 12:20 Mountain Standard Time, political influencer Charlie Kirk was shot in an event at the Utah Valley University. He was taken by a private vehicle to Timberwood Wellness Hospital, where he later passed. The Utah Department of Public Safety will be co-leading this criminal investigation to find this killer, along with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're working in unison with the County Sheriff's Office, the local police department, and the University Police Department, all of which have been very cooperative and fully engaged in this process. Shortly after the shooting, we did have a suspect in custody, George Zinn, but he was released from custody after we identified that he did not match the shooting suspect and was not an accurate person of interest. However, he has been booked into the county jail by Utah Valley University Police Department for obstruction of justice. We do still have an active investigation for the person of interest. This incident occurred with a large crowd around. There was 1 shot fired and one victim. While the suspect is at large, we believe this was a targeted attack towards one individual. This is a tragic moment in our state and our country. As we encourage news of the incident to call 988, our state mental health crisis line. In addition to that, partners with the FBI will also be discussing other ways we can communicate through the public for tips and other information. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the FBI, we extend our sincerest condolences to the family and friends of Charlie Kirk. Our thoughts are also with the people who witnessed this traumatic event. We know that what you experienced was very difficult. Our thoughts are with you as well. As soon as we heard about the shooting, special agents and personnel from the Salt Lake Field Office responded immediately. We have full resources devoted to this investigation, including tactical, operational, investigative, and intelligence. To be clear, the FBI will fully support and co-lead this investigation alongside with our partners. We are working on setting up a digital media tip line, and as soon as it's established, we'll get that information out to everyone. I know there's a lot of questions. This is very much an active case, and this investigation is in its early stages. We are following all the leads and all the evidence. If anyone has any information, please report it to the FBI or local law enforcement. Thank you.
On behalf of President Tunes, who we've been communicating with, and she's on her way back right now, I want to say that on behalf of Utah Valley University, we are shocked and saddened by the tragic passing of Charlie Kirk. We express our sincere condolences to the Kirk family. We grieve with our students, faculty, and staff who bore witness to this unspeakable tragedy. He was invited by the student group Turning Point USA to speak on our campus. We firmly believe that UVU is a place to share ideas and to debate openly and respectfully. Any attempt to infringe on those rights has no place here. We do not condone any form of violence at UVU and seek to make our campus a safe place for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on this dark and tragic occasion. I want to thank our law enforcement officers who are leading this investigation, starting with Chief Long and his response here with the UVU Police Department. We're grateful for your leadership and your team. And again, to the speakers that you just heard from who are co-leading this investigation. I also want to recognize Sheriff Mike Smith, who has been an invaluable partner as this investigation moves forward. I've been in touch with President Trump, with FBI Director Kash Patel. We are completely aligned with our state and federal partners as we work through this case. Now, this is a dark day for our state. It's a tragic day for our nation. And I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to two young children. He was also very much politically involved, and that's why he was here on campus. Charlie believed in the power of free speech and debate to shape ideas and to persuade people. Historically, our university campuses in this nation and here in the state of Utah have been the place where truth and ideas are formulated and debated. And that's what he does. He comes on college campuses and he debates. That is foundational to the formation of our country, to our most basic constitutional rights. And when someone takes the life of a person because of their ideas or their ideals, then that very constitutional foundation is threatened. Now, we have a person of interest in custody. The investigation is ongoing. But I want to make it crystal clear right now, to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah. Our nation is broken. We've had political assassinations recently in Minnesota. We had an attempted assassination on the governor of Pennsylvania. And we had an attempted assassination on a presidential candidate and former president of the United States, and now current president of the United States. Nothing I say can unite us as a country. Nothing I can say right now can fix what is broken. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken. We mourn with his wife, his children, his family, his friends. We mourn as a nation. If anyone in the sound of my voice celebrated even a little bit at the news of this shooting, I would beg you to look in the mirror and to see if you can find a better angel in there somewhere. I don't care what his politics are. I care that he was an American. We desperately need our country. We desperately need leaders in our country. But more than the leaders, we just need every single person in this country to think about where we are and where we want to be. To ask ourselves, is this it? Is this what 250 years has wrought on us? I pray that that's not the case. I pray that those who hated what Charlie Kirk stood for will put down their social media and their pens and pray for his family, and that all of us will try to find a way to stop hating our fellow Americans. With that, we're happy to take a few questions.
The FBI director is posting that a suspect is in custody. I would just like clarification. Do you or do you not have a suspected shooter in custody?
We have a person of interest in custody that is being interviewed right now. We do.
That is not George Zinn.
That is not George Zinn. That is correct.
So are you still searching or looking for another shooter or anybody else for this case?
Yes, we are actively looking for anyone and everyone who has any possible.
Hello, my name is DrPaulCottrell. This is a live show on Rumble, on YouTube, and on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. We are doing this live stream on September 11th, 2025. I will also replay this on the multiple channels that I have. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. Please subscribe to all those, share the links, and ask your social media to follow me. You can follow me also on X and on GETTR, Patreon, and Substack. Now, obviously, today is the memorial for 9/11, but yesterday, with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I'd like to say a few words. Our constitutional freedoms are at risk because of the lack of civility and the lack of willingness to allow people to express their opinions in a free society without worrying about assassinations. Freedom of speech is the first freedom that was enshrined in our Constitution. But there was an assassination that just took place yesterday on a campus in Utah of a conservative expressing his freedom of speech and the exchange of ideas, and he was killed by an assassin's bullet. Our rights are being tested. And so when you listen to the liberal media, when you listen to the liberals that are actually celebrating, which is crazy, but they're actually spinning this as if this is a gun rights issue. This is not gun control or gun rights issue. This is an issue of the First Amendment. An individual, doesn't matter if they were a liberal or conservative, on a campus having freedom of speech and freedom of discussion, and he was silenced permanently by an assassin's bullet. In addition, he was very influential in the millennial and younger generation to bring them up into the conservative movement. And he was a major fundraiser. That assassination was professionally done. This wasn't some crazy liberal that was just upset because Charlie said something that created some sort of disruption in an individual's life or mental state. This was professionally done. Now, professionals don't do this because he has some sort of religious belief. Professionals don't do this because he, is more of a religious individual. They do it because they're worried about a change of power. Assassins, professional hits like this, it's because of shutting down the funding or shutting down the movement towards conservatism. But when you step back and just look at it from the 50,000-foot view, it is going against the very foundation of our First Amendment right of freedom of speech. First, it was, if you're a conservative, you go on campus and you're trying to have a debate or have a conference, and you'd have the liberal student body complain, and then the school would cancel. This happened to Milo multiple times, and many other conservatives, like Ben Shapiro. And it doesn't matter if you like him or dislike these people. That's not the point. The point is that if the student body didn't like you, you were canceled. That's how it starts. That's how it started over the multiple years. Now, fast forward to 2025, September 10th, and you have an individual having dialogue with the crowd about things that you may agree with or you may not agree with. That's not the point. The point is that our First Amendment right explicitly says that Charlie had that right. And there are individuals, powerful individuals, that wants to silence that freedom of speech. Charlie Kirk was taken out by an assassin. Charlie Kirk was taken out by a professional. And that professional doesn't care about LGBTQ, doesn't care about conservative mindset with religion. They don't care about that stuff. They care about two things: who's paying them, and can they get away from it? Can they get away from doing it? They didn't care. The person that did the assassination is working at an operational level that's way above the actual rhetoric at the ground level between LGBTQ rights or not, no rights, or abortion rights, or curtailing those rights. That assassin didn't care. They wanted to shut down the movement, and they wanted to shut down the funding. That's what happened. But it's real. You're going to see all the little people start arguing about conservatism and liberalism and all that. That's not what happened. You had powerful people that allowed this to happen, that orchestrated this to shut down someone's freedom of speech. And now you hear it in the news, in the mainstream media, liberal bias from the Democrats, that it's about guns. It's about gun rights and gun control. Got to have gun control. What did Mondani, the communist that's running for mayor in New York City, what did he say about this? He had a statement about his condolences of the passing of Kirk, but then he spins it. Mamdani spins it. Oh, we got to get past this. We need to have gun control. No, the issue was someone, no matter what their politic was silenced by an assassin's bullet because of their exercising of the freedom of speech. Now we need to understand what Madison and Hamilton, our founding fathers, were talking about when it came to the Second Amendment. And it's very simple. You can boil it down to just this really simple concept. You do not have a First Amendment unless you have a Second Amendment. When you don't have the power to push back by a group of people or government that's preventing you from speaking, then you have no freedom of speech. You have to have the ability to exercise that freedom. Now, in a perfect world, people would sit back and they would go, you know what? Maybe we should just tone down the rhetoric and, and everything will be copacetic and we'd be able to get along. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. You have these fringe groups on both sides, ultra-right and ultra-left, that are going to fuel flames here. But there's an awful lot of talk on the left. Curtail your freedom. Curtail what you can say. Curtail your different civil liberties. Top-down government, more collectivism, not individualism. If you say that you're against abortion, you must be a religious wingnut, according to the liberals. If you're a supporter of the Second Amendment, you must be some sort of right-wing nationalist, according to the liberals. And if you express your opinion about a certain legislation or a certain belief of what you think the country should move towards, they want to silence you. They want to cancel you. First, they try to cancel you. They try to cancel you on social media until Musk decided to buy Twitter, and then the conservatives were able to have a voice. And then all these other social media platforms were starting to pop up, like Rumble and True Social and GETTR and all these other social media platforms. But the social media back in the day, what were they? They were primarily Twitter and Facebook and YouTube. Well, YouTube's captured. Facebook's captured. So there was a moment in time where the liberals were able to control you. Now that's starting to break down. They can't control you, but they can hire an assassin. If you're too much of a political persuasion, if you have too much of a movement, if you can raise too much money for a political party to help with their election, you're dangerous. And when you're dangerous, you put a person on the roof, professional, with a hunting rifle, and you take out your opposition. Why? Because whoever's hiring you decided that the target was too dangerous for the establishment. And these people aren't dumb they're pulling the strings. They know that the little people, the conservative little people and the liberal little people, are going to just fight on Twitter, fight on X, fight on these social platforms. Meanwhile, we literally saw in real time yesterday an individual that was silenced because of his freedom of speech. And then the commentary of people, especially on the liberal side, some of them were enthusiastic that this happened. Some were gleefully celebrating that he died. What is wrong with these ultra liberals? And almost all of them had blue hair, tattooed, piercings in their nose, not very attractive looking. These are the same people that think it's okay to kill a fetus in the womb, to kill a human being before they're born. So should we be surprised that they are gleefully celebrating that he died, that he was taken out? Our Constitution, and this is where most people don't get it because they're egocentric. Our Constitution is more important than your life. You look in the mirror, your life doesn't mean anything. That Constitution means way more than your life. More than my life, more than Kirk's life, more than Obama's life, more than Trump's life. The Constitution is the most important thing. Your life is secondary. Your family's life, secondary. Your kid's life, secondary. The Constitution is paramount. So you have a group of people that are actually trying to silence what is paramount. So what are you going to do? Most people will just eat their Cheerios and go to work because it doesn't affect them personally. It doesn't affect them immediately. As this encroachment on your civil liberties starts to get closer and closer and closer to the point you lose it. If our citizens in the United States do not hold dearly the Constitution, we will not have a country. That is the very foundation of our country. Not football, not baseball. No, it's the Constitution. Now you can see in the background the actual footage that was happening on CNN when the towers fell. So I'm streaming that because it is 9/11. And I happen to be in New York. So it's the time to remember. It's a time to realize there's an establishment out there that's trying to take this country down. Just like they took down Charlie Kirk. Now the thing is, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to get up and actually start pushing back? Are you going to actually stand up and say, listen here, ultra-liberal, it's not okay to kill a baby in a womb. Listen here, liberal, it's not okay to have the society be disrupted by urban crime because of a lack of law enforcement. It's not okay to let the society devolve because you think that the pillars of God, country, and family aren't important. That's not okay anymore. When are the conservatives actually going to push back? Because guess what? Nancy Pelosi, Susan Waters, Chuck Schumer, AOC, and Bernie Sanders, when you listen to their rhetoric, what's been happening for the last 6 months? Even with Harris, there's this, you got to be activated, you got to push back, you got to be, you got to be more violent. So you have the little people fighting each other in social media. You have the little people fighting each other in the streets. All right. But then there are people that are much higher up that are able to push the buttons of people's emotions to destroy the country and consolidate power. That's part of the problem that happened with 9/11. And we were all asleep. We had terrorism that was going on, but we also had a deep state that let it happen. It's called standing down. That's what happened. There's not much difference between what happened to those towers, the Twin Towers, and what happened to Charlie Kirk. The same thing happened. An assassin taking down our Constitution. What are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? Cry on TikTok? Civil disobedience. That's what we're going to do about it. Civil disobedience. Push back on the liberal agenda. Logically, they don't have the foundation. Their policies aren't logical. If you let them talk, right, and you go through the whole logic of why they have their policy, it usually eats itself. Now, of course, you have the ultra right that's a little kooky too. And the same thing happens. You let them talk, and the ultra right also eats their tail. But the ultra right isn't really the issue in this country. That's a super fringe group. The liberals in this country that are coming out of these universities, that's a big percentage. A big percentage. And this is the reason why Charlie Kirk was so important, because he was moving them towards the center or towards conservatism, slowly. And he was very influential. So an assassin took out Charlie Kirk to silence him so he didn't have the freedom of speech. Another thing that amazes me about how stupid people are, because, you know, I know a lot, all right? How people that were actually at the scene calling into different news outlets or calling into different media influencers and saying that, you know, Charlie might be stable. Charlie died in 60 seconds or less. When you hit the carotid or the jugular, what happens is that your heart is still pumping. And he bled out in seconds. Now, you know, when you have gone through medical training, you see a lot of stuff that most people don't see ever. And most people should never see. It's pretty gruesome. It's pretty gruesome. But the common sense out there to think that he was going to be able to make it. Charlie died on the platform in seconds, not minutes. Now, his brain death was in minutes, but he bled out in seconds. Because that heart's still pumping it. You have about 5 liters of blood. Just pumping it out. Doesn't take many seconds for it to be all out. So I'm amazed in how stupid people are and not understanding that very concept. Most people that have seen action in a wartime situation would understand this concept really well. And this goes back to the society has had too much bread and circus. And it hasn't really seen atrocities, hasn't really seen battlefield, hasn't been really battlefield hardened. The majority of the society is weak. And this is including conservatives. Because the majority of the people in that are, you know, well, not the majority, let me say that there were a lot of liberals, but there were a lot of conservatives in that crowd. Not majority, probably majority were liberals, but there were a lot of conservatives, but both sides. How could you think that he would be able to survive that? Idiotic, totally idiotic. Because don't know science, and it's not battlefield hardened. So even Megyn Kelly and Glenn Beck and even Tim Pool, these people were, how could you think that he was going to be able to survive? Idiotic, totally idiotic. And even if they could stabilize him, which there was no way that they could, but let's just say a miracle happened and they were able to stabilize his blood pressure and pump him up with a bunch of blood in such a short amount of time, which was impossible because you would need the blood right next to him. But let's just say that. Do you think he would have had brain damage? Yeah. Yeah. He would have been a shell of himself if he did survive it. No one's talking about that. See, there's a multiple dimensions of what happened here. I see. The erosion of our constitutional freedoms, how the political establishment, especially on the left, wants to take away your Second Amendment. And they want to spin this as some sort of gun control issue. Well, the real issue is that someone was assassinated because of their freedom of speech. But it goes beyond that. He was a powerful figure because he could raise money and he was moving young people towards conservatism. And that's dangerous because you need young people to vote for ultra-liberal crap. But there's also the comparison between the knocking of the Twin Towers and the planes hitting. Charlie's neck is no different than the Twin Towers. And the planes are no different than the bullet. And what did the Freedom Towers represent? Commerce. The chaoticness of capitalism. What did Charlie represent? The chaoticness of discussion. Both fell. Then you have the craziness of the liberals celebrating this because they prefer to kill a baby in the womb. So this is really an issue of your constitutional freedoms. You are Charlie Kirk now. You. Now what are you going to do about it? As a new building comes out of the ashes and it rises like the phoenix that we call the Freedom Tower in New York. We are, in a strange way, also a phoenix rising from the ashes of Charlie's death. We're all Charlie Kirk now. And you have an establishment that wants to silence you, wants to take away your constitutional rights. I had two relatives, the father and the son, that actually fought with George Washington and was actually at Valley Forge. And one of them, his name's Jonathan Dayton, was the signator of the Constitution for New Jersey. And I, under my dead body, will not accept someone eroding the Constitution. Period. Period. Now, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Keyboard warrior? InfoWars? InfoWars? InfoWars don't work. InfoWars is going bankrupt, literally. InfoWars doesn't work. Action. Not info, action. works. So, do you want your life to be like the Twin Towers, where someone silences you? Or are you going to fight back?
Drooly to drooling. Some live looks as to some of the guests that are attending the ceremony that's going to be held there in New York. I want to transition quickly now, though, over to Arlington, Virginia, where we do see U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi there. She's joined by several other cabinet members of the president's administration, including Kelly Loeffler. We also see Agriculture Secretary there, Brooke Rollins. We just saw Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. All of this in anticipation for the president's arrival and remarks there at the Pentagon. But it does seem that the ceremony over in New York City is just getting underway, so let's dip into that. Can you see with the dawn's early light what so proudly hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose hot stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streamed, when the rockets heavens burst in air, they proved for the night that our flag was still there. Oh, see to us that star-spangled banner wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
We'll bring to you the next moment of silence.
Give you a news conference. Let's listen in.
Inflation is currently at around our 2% medium-term target, and our assessment of
It's time to get on the battlefield.
present a picture of inflation similar to that projected in June. They see headline inflation averaging 2.1% in 25, 1.7% in 26, and 1.9% in 27. For inflation excluding energy and food, they expect an average of 2.4% in 25, 1.
Book now on Austrian.com.
You're not going to stop anything for the brakes that you got.
That bad, eh?
Yep. But on CarParts.com, you get access to over 1 million quality parts.
This morning, flags are at half-staff in honor of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, who was shot and killed yesterday while speaking at Utah Valley University. Authorities say they are now looking for a person of interest in that shooting and believe the shooter fired one from a nearby roof in a targeted attack. Officials say 2 people initially taken into custody have no ties to the incident. Witnesses say about 20 minutes into a rally, they heard shots. Videos later circulated online showing Kirk slumped over with blood pouring from his neck. Charlie Kirk was known for his heated debates on college campuses and co-founding Turning Point USA, a prominent nonprofit that activates conservative youth on school campuses. He was also a well-known supporter of Donald Trump, who took to social media shortly after giving tribute to Kirk.
To my great fellow Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come.
Just hours after the shooting, the president of the UNC College Republicans joined us over on WCNC Plus. He spoke of the impact Charlie Kirk had on him, as well as other young people across the country.
Doing these kind of open mic, bring your questions and he'll answer them on the spot kind of encounters and debate platforms. That was something that drew myself and millions of other Gen Z Gen Z individuals to him. And, you know, his impact on students, his impact on college campuses, it's felt all around the country.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace also reacting to that horrific incident, saying she is concerned about political violence moving forward for herself, her staff, and other lawmakers.
I am very worried about security measures and security protocols. We've gone through this before. I am more concerned about it now than I've ever been. We've decided that we will not be doing any outdoor events for the foreseeable future. I'm going to talk to the Sergeant at Arms about hardened security and also physical security.
Hi, thanks for calling PG&E. I'm Peggy, PG&E's virtual assistant. How can I help?
Hi, Peggy. I think my bill's due, and can you tell me how much I owe?
I can give you balance and...
It doesn't matter the name or the movement behind the person, a human life was lost. And it's crazy that a human life was lost that wanted this sort of freedom for guns. But the thing is, he could have been anybody. Like, we have stuff about this every single day. He could have been, and it could have been anyone. It could have been some Democrat, it could have been a Republican, it could have been a socialist. At the end of the day, we need gun laws.
Well, regardless of political affiliation, it's a tragedy. And unfortunately...
No. We already have gun laws. It's called the Second Amendment. And it's called don't infringe on this right. This was well established by our founding fathers. So don't fall into the trap that this is about guns. This is about silencing people because of their exercising of the First Amendment. That's what the issue here is. And just like how they took down the Freedom Towers, or not the Freedom Towers, the World Trade Center towers. Freedom Tower is the one that came up. But the World Trade Center, when they took those down, they were trying to destroy your democracy. They were trying to destroy your constitutional rights, ushering in the Patriot Act. Now you got people that are taking an incident like this with Charlie and is trying to frame it to erode more of your constitutional rights. This is not about gun control, because guess what? Who took out Charlie Kirk was a professional. And you think a professional is going to be able to get weapons? I'm pretty sure. Even if there was gun control. So wake up. This is not about guns. This is about freedom of speech. And someone was assassinated because of it. It's about money.
This is a potential defining moment, and people have to rally around the issue of violence. That
No.
Again,
No. See, they can't even. See, people do not understand the concept of the freedom of speech, freedom of religion, the idea of the marketplace of ideas. The liberals, the Democrats, want a one-party system. Doesn't that sound like the CCP? You tell me why you think that the Democrats are not like Mao. Explain to me how they're not like Lenin. Read your history. This is idiotic. It's simpleton. Simpleton analysis is, this is about guns. Really? The guy that was on the roof was a professional. It's about silencing someone that had a power, had the power of persuasion with the youth. And it was about him being able to raise funds for the Republican Party. And that had to be silenced. So you can go into the midterm election trying to get more seats. The Democrats will do anything for power. Anything. Including using the Constitution as toilet paper. Look at Nancy Pelosi. When Trump was doing the State of the Union address, remember? And she tore it up. That was emblematic of what the Democratic Party wants to do to your Constitution. That's emblematic of what happened with the towers. Powerful people want to take it down. Now, are you going to stand up and go, USA, USA, USA? Or are you going to be just a keyboard warrior? Sipping your latte. If anyone say, if you hear someone say that Charlie Kirk's incident at Utah was really, this is really about gun control, you need to push back and say, that's not what the issue is here. The issue is assassination of an individual exercising his right for freedom of speech. See, the liberals were used to just canceling you, but he got so damn big you couldn't even cancel him. But you could cancel him with an assassin bullet.
This won't stand, and unfortunately, a family is going to be mourned.
I think, irregardless of the political stance, it's a pretty hurt deal.
When people get on boats, everything sort of changes. It just kind of depends on how nautical you want to be, right? So some of the basics. It's not left and right.
Stance, it's a pretty hurt deal. He was a father, right, a husband, and now 2 little kids and a wife have to be without a husband and a father. I think that's pretty sad. Mm-hmm. And then jumping into the political realm of it.
But why would the liberals care about that? Why would the liberals care about that? Because most liberals, they don't care about God, they don't care about country, and they don't care about family. They want to abort a fetuses at 9 months pregnancy. They don't care. They don't care about life. So why would the liberal even fucking care that Charlie Kirk's wife and 2 kids no longer have a provider? Why would they care? They don't care about life. They don't care about God. They don't care even about the country or the Constitution. Liberals don't fucking care.
Perspective, he was one of the more non-confrontational political influencers who was willing to accept and I would say debate effectively with people from opposing views.
I think it's really unfortunate something like that happened here in
the
US. It's the place for freedom and political freedom, and there's no way, regardless of which side you're on, this is not something that we should appreciate, and it's really tragic. I don't like to associate myself with it.
The problem here, the problem that I'm seeing that's starting to emerge, is twofold. The liberals, a lot of them, are gleefully celebrating his death. And then you have individuals in the center or even conservatives that want to go, let's come together. Let's come together. It doesn't matter our political persuasions and blah, blah, blah. Let's just come together. Wake up. There's an enemy that's trying to take you down and erode your constitutional freedoms, and you need to get engaged. Now, it's civil disobedience. Civil disobedience. But don't fall into the trap of just meandering on the issue. No. Get right to the core of the problem. God, country, and family. And if they don't fall into those in those pillars, you need to push back. If you don't, they're going to erode your constitutional freedoms, because there is no society that has ever survived that has not held to those truths. None. There is no society that has ever survived.
Political views. I just think it doesn't matter if somebody has their own political views, and we should respect each other's political views regardless of who we vote for. And it's just it's tragic to see something like this happened.
I think it's deeply saddening that folks are targeted. I can't speak that he was targeted, but it's deeply saddening.
Oh, fuck. Yeah.
There's so many people.
See what I mean? It's all hee-hawing around on the fringes, not taking a stance. That's sure as hell not what my forebears did. My forebears took a stance. You take a stance and you fight. You know, it's bullshit. And all you gotta do is look at the video. You're telling me he wasn't targeted? You gotta be a fucking retard, a total fucking retard, to not realize that he was targeted. Shit. See, where's the fucking common sense? Hello? Thomas Paine?
We begin this morning with a Fox News alert. Right now, a manhunt underway for the assassin who shot and killed conservative political icon Charlie Kirk during a campus event in Utah.
The 31-year-old co-founder of Turning Point USA was struck by a single bullet roughly 20 minutes.
It looks like that Trump is at Ground Zero Memorial.
Please remain standing for the presentation of colors and the playing of the national anthem performed by the United States Air Force Band, directed by First Lieutenant Julius Gonyers and the Joint Armed Forces Chorus.
If you're listening to this,
Captain Bonnie Alger.
If you're listening to this, fucking stand up. You and everyone is Charlie Kirk now. What are you going to do about it? Because there are people out there that want to silence you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
All right, you can sit down now.
Dr. Paul W. Ambrose. Specialist Craig S. Amundsen, United States Army. Petty Officer, 3rd Class, Melissa Rose Barnes, United States Navy. Master Sergeants, Max J. Belkey, United States Army, retired. Dr. Yenino Bitchute. Petty Officer, 2nd Class, Chris Romeo Bashundak, United States Navy. Carrie R. Blackburn.
Is it sinking in now? Is it sinking in? What happened in 2001 on September 11th is no different than what has happened yesterday. No different. What are you going to do about it?
After taking the stage for his American comeback tour,
People around the world are mourning the loss of one of the driving forces behind the modern conservative movement, many praising him for creating Turning Point and the impact it has had on the American political landscape.
When did you form Turning Point?
In June of 2012.
And why did you call it Turning Point?
You know, at the time, I felt as if we were kind of in a generational turning point. I said, hey, I think we could do a better job of reaching young people.
Yeah.
And now we contrast what we've been able to do, largely thanks to the movement that President Donald Trump has built. We've kind of been riding that energy, that momentum, with where the Democrats are now currently. I mean, the tables have completely flipped over the last decade. And it goes to show that this patriotic revival is being led by the youngest Americans. That should give everyone a lot of hope.
we are going to be talking to young conservatives across the country this morning who are reflecting on Kirk's legacy. To countless young people, he was the voice of their generation.
Think about that. Think about that. Some of these people that he was reaching out weren't even born when 9/11 happened. Some were. Depends on who he was talking to. But many weren't. Let that sink in. This era that we're living through in the 21st century is the pendulum moving towards conservatism. And as the liberals start to lose power, as the Democrats start to lose power, it's going to become more and more violent. So what are you going to do? You're going to just like walk on eggshells? Or are you going to stand your ground? Do you think that the people that were serving in World War II, island hopping, to push back the Japanese, they walked on eggshells? Do you think that's what they did? I don't think so. Do you think that the forward advancement of the Army through Germany, the U.S. Army through Germany, were walking on eggshells? I don't think so. The bombing of Dresden, do you think that was like walking on eggshells? I don't think so.
His iconic campus visits where he would open the floor to debate on top political issues. You are watching Fox and Friends First on this Thursday morning. I'm Carly Shimkus.
And I am Todd Pyro. Let's get straight to Matt Finn, live from Orem, Utah, with the latest on the man. Matt.
Todd, it is calm and quiet here on campus of Utah Valley University right now. Just a stark contrast to the horror that ripped across this campus not long ago. And if I step off camera right now and we push in, you could see a terribly grim scene. You might be able to make out the outline of that white tent that Charlie Kirk was inside of when he was fatally shot on this campus. I believe it might have been a part of his Prove Me Wrong table. This was all a part of Kirk's American comeback tour. He had planned to attend several other universities and college campuses around the country in the coming weeks and months. Right now, the shooter is still at large. 2 suspects were taken into custody, but both were released. The FBI set up a tip line. Authorities say the shooter appeared to be in all black and on a roof. Here is dispatch audio describing the suspect.
Going to be wearing all black, black long gun, black tactical helmet, a black mask, possibly wearing a tactical vest and jeans.
The Utah Valley University Chief of Police says 6 police officers were working this event. In addition to Charlie's personal security team, 3,000 people packed onto this campus to listen to and engage with Charlie Kirk. Utah Governor Spencer Cox calls the shooting a political assassination.
But I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you. And we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the.
If they find them, I totally think that they will be held accountable. This was professionally done. And the probability of them catching the perpetrator, less than 50% chance. And as the time goes on, it's going to be less of a chance. This was professional, and professionals usually don't make mistakes.
We'll keep you updated hour by hour. Carly, Todd.
And Matt, you just mentioned what you're seeing right now in terms of a police presence, but as you were driving into town earlier this morning, late evening, did you notice police en masse in the area? In other words, were they going door to door on campus, potentially looking for this individual, or was it as quiet as it is right now?
I did not see a huge police presence driving into the campus or even on the campus. They were really just kind of blocking some traffic earlier, but now it's remarkably calm. I mean, if you were to walk here right now, you may not even realize what happened here yesterday. But Fox did learn that police were going door to door in nearby neighborhoods, asking people if they saw anyone that they did not recognize, but no major update there. A source that I talked to, a federal source, said that, of course, there are things happening behind the scenes right now, but we just don't have any major updates, and we have to wait and see what law enforcement brings us.
Well, we lost a generational talent yesterday, and you were standing on a campus in mourning. Matt Finn, live for us. Matt, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's bring
It's
in
more than
former
that.
homicide
It's more than
detective
losing a talented individual. It's an erosion of our constitutional freedoms. And they're trying to put us into fear. And then you have the liberals spinning it that it's really about gun control. It's powerful people silencing powerful people. That's what the issue is here. Now wake up. Wake up.
Brian, thank you for joining us this morning. There's nobody in custody right now. You heard the description of the assassin wearing dark clothing fired from a campus, a roof on campus. Who could have done something like this?
Professional.
Given the nature of this assassination.
Professional.
Well, as a homicide detective, let me speak as a homicide detective, I don't like it. You look at that description, black mask, black helmet, all blacked out, possibly a tack vest. You have a long gun getting into campus, a long gun getting out of campus. No gun recovered at this point. What that tells me is this was well planned, well executed, and my answer to you is I don't know, and what they're dealing with right now is a whodunit. But because you don't see all those law enforcement resources, as the reporter just said, that doesn't mean everything is going on. This is all hands on deck. It reminds me of the Boston Marathon bombing and all the resources that are going to be coming in, state, local, federal. Look at the university. The university is going to be able to help the law enforcement only in regards to recovering of video, opening doors, and getting into places to look to recover the gun. You don't have a shell casing. You don't have anything. This was well planned. that single shot, one gunshot. You look at what happened to the President Trump with multiple shots and such. That single shot here is alarming. That it was well planned at range, 200 yards. I'm sure with a high-powered rifle, clearly a high-powered rifle to a trained eye, with unfortunately what we saw. For someone to get something like that in and out of a university campus where guns are forbidden. So this is a real whodunit for this detectives.
Walk us through exactly what the FBI is doing right now, 4:06 a.m. East Coast time, the day after the shooting.
Perfect. This is a perfect scenario for the FBI to handle because this will likely span a large area. This is 40 miles south of Salt Lake. What they're doing, the main thing I would say is culling resources, putting together teams to go over those resources, going over video evidence. Think about now in the aftermath of the Boston bomb, again, that's why it sounds so familiar. They're going over so much video evidence, and that was a decade or more ago that happened. So there's so much more video evidence today. They're going around door to door. You heard them say in the neighborhoods, they're looking for ring cameras. They're looking for security cameras. But also, universities have license plate readers. There's traffic cameras in the area. The highways have traffic cameras. You can think of the Idaho murder where he moves across country. They're tracking those movements. What they're really doing now, though, Todd, is not looking at what happened after the shooting and the getaway. They're looking prior to getting up to that building where the shots were coming from. I'm sure they've identified the trajectory. It's not going to be too difficult. The general area from where that came from.
Breaking. There's an update on this with the assassination. Here.
What happened yesterday is not Utah. This is not what we're known for. Over the past several weeks, we've seen the state come together to help families in mourning, come together as a community to show what Utah is known for a state of character, of service, of camaraderie, of a neighboring feel. We will not stand for what happened yesterday. We are exhausting every lead. We have every officer invested in this, every investigator, every local agency.
It's code for they don't know what the fuck they have. They're not going to find the guy. No way.
Everything we have into this, and we will catch this individual. Having walked through the crime scene, through the hallways of this school, through the classrooms, I can't imagine what the people on scene felt as well. A horrific event where some of them barricaded in classrooms, some of them ran in fear. Can't overstate the tragedy and the horrific event that yesterday was, and how we will work to bring to justice the actions of one individual or any other individuals that assisted in that. Our state has gone through a lot, and we will come out successful. With that, I'll turn the time over to Special Agent Bowles. Charge.
I'm the Special Agent in charge of the Salt Lake Field Office. Following yesterday's tragic shooting of Charlie Kirk, FBI agents have been working around the clock in coordination with our law enforcement partners. We are and will continue to work nonstop until we find the person that has committed this heinous crime and find out why they did it. This morning, I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States.
Yep.
Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy.
Yep.
That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him. We also continue to grieve with the family and the community. It's our community. If you have any video or images from the shooting, we ask you to please submit them to our digital media tip website at www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley Shooting. You can also call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We truly rely on the public's help in these types of cases, and no tip is too small or insignificant. Thank you.
Absolutely. So what I'll release about the suspect is suspect blended in well with a college institution. And we're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately, we will reach out for the public's help and the media's help in pushing those photos. That was a new development overnight, working through the night, studying those cameras. So that's something that's new and that we're working through right now. As far as the security, I cannot speak to that. Neither the Department of Public Safety nor the Federal Bureau of Investigation was involved in the planning or security of this event, and that'll have to be a question later for other agencies.
So that's a good question, and it's a question that goes to the safety of the community, right? No, not in those woods. We walked through those woods and secured it. As to the community, I can tell you that this was a targeted event. We don't believe that the community is at risk. However, we're exhausting every resource to find him, and we will do so. So I can't comment specifically on his face or any details such as that, as it's continuing to be a part of the investigation, and again, we'll release that shortly. However, we're doing everything we can to find him, and we're not sure how far he has gone yet, but we will do our best. We have images of the suspect. Again, as part of the investigation, we're not releasing any details such as that right now. We are exhausting all of our resources to be able to collect those, but that's again part of the investigation. Excuse me? We are working on that, but again, part of the investigation that I can't release. Not at all. We've got complete and total support from everyone from the director on down, and it's been an incredible supportive environment so far.
If you listen to this, it sounded like it's one of the students or a young person. Now, they either had military background or this doesn't sound right. Now think of it, this was a professional hit. Was able to get on the roof and do a one shot into the neck from 200 yards. It's not an easy thing to do. So he had scoped, and he was and your target was moving. He was moving around. Remember when he was reaching over for the mic and he was moving around? So you had to have this thing just right. So that's a difficult shot. So you got to be experienced. Now, either a hunter, which most kids aren't, military, which most kids aren't, or what I call a professional. Now, is this story with the kid just a fake story? I don't know. I don't want to go into conspiracy world because I'm tired of conspiracy world. All right, but the thing is that whoever shot that gun was a professional that knew weapons, that knew how to shoot. All right, so if it was just a crazy liberal, most of them are afraid of guns. Most of them could not do that long shot. So what's going on here? It doesn't make sense between the profile that he's saying of the potentiality of this of this individual that they have on camera and the actual accuracy of the shot. So what's going on here? Something doesn't make sense. If they catch a guy that says that they had military experience, okay. If they catch a person that said that they were faking that they were a student and they didn't really belong to the University of Utah, but was of college age or at least maybe graduate school age, I figure this person's probably around 25. All right. Well, you can easily be military, ex-military. Whoever shot that gun had experience. Experience. That's not an easy shot to do. Most liberals do not know how to use weapons. This story doesn't make sense to me. They'll evolve, but I don't know. They found a gun. They may have a palm print. This does sound like Oswald, doesn't it? I mean, everything about this seems like Oswald.
They're going to be able to look. Everyone always thinks what happened after the crime. They're looking what happened at the footprints prior to getting up there. But again, it makes me nervous that this is going to be a well-planned and well-executed, unfortunately, homicide.
Reading through some of the eyewitness accounts, Brian, from people who were there, one attendee said that he had a gun, he left it in his car because he assumed that there would be metal detectors there. And then when he got to the event, he was surprised by the lack of security. And then we had law enforcement yesterday at the press conferences saying that there were 6 officers assigned to this event, along with Charlie Kirk.
The pig pen that was surrounding the tent, that wasn't where the gun was. The gun was on a building 200 yards away. So it doesn't matter with the magnetometers. I mean, come on. Where's the common sense? The markets are open right now. The S&P 500 is trading at 6,553. VIX is trading at 14 handle. Euro is at 1.17. Oil 62.39. Bitcoin at 114,000. BITO is at 19.61. Japanese yen is trading at 147.5. So equities are stable and they're above the 6,500 mark. So 6,500 is a weak support level, and the next resistance level is 6,700.
Personal security. What do you make of that? It was an event of 3,000 people.
Here we go. Now we're going to look at what the university had for a budget to plan for safety. How much were they going to spend on officers at this type of event? How much did they put into security? I can tell you this, it's going to change. It always happens after these events is everyone's going to start now really over planning. It's confounding to me. You know, we planned for a Trump visit in Hartford years and years ago. We covered everything. I mean, every window, everything. The complacency that goes into event planning, into looking into these things is astounding and incredibly unfortunate here this morning that we have to deal with it. But I like that the chief was forthcoming and that they only had 6 officers and that they could have had more. This is a learning lesson for all those campuses across the United States now. When they have these types of events, maybe you move them indoors. It's much easier to control in an indoor event, but I'm sure that Charlie probably wanted it outdoors. He liked that type of scenario and that type of feel. It creates more security challenges, but you can certainly plan an event where you pivot or more return things so you can cover everything.
Do you think the FBI knows who the shooter is at this point?
Good question. I think they have some leads. They're not going to say anything. They're not going to tell us, and you saw some communication where they had a suspect, they didn't have a suspect. It gets confusing. I can tell you this, the homicide detectives, the FBI agents.
According to Alex Jones, not that that's a reliable source, but this is what he's stating. The ATF DHS is now reporting the cold-blooded killer of Charlie Kirk is another psychotic trans activist. The rifle and ammunition found on the rooftop where the assassin took their shots are inscribed with radical trans language similar to the killer in the Minnesota 2 weeks ago. I'm telling you, the person that shot that gun was a professional. One shot, and in the carotid, perfect. No way. That takes some. They had some experience. Now, maybe these video games are so good now that they're training people to be good riflemen. But the thing is you would have to practice for that recoil. And you'd have to, you have to have the breathing technique with the trigger. Most liberals don't know this stuff. So, I mean, it's like, what? It's not just some crazy trans. That may be the Fall Guy story. And that if you have a professional thing going on, aren't you going to create a Fall Guy story? So the profession can get away? I don't know. This seems awfully fishy to me. I don't believe it. It's just some crazy trans activist. Amazing. All right. This was 20. All right. This is. I don't like Lagarde. She talks too much. I don't know. Just something is so visceral about this. I don't normally jump on these like mass shootings or these shooting events, but I'll tell you, something reminds me of 9/11 with this. Let's listen to LBC.
% off your first Wonder order with code 50Google.
From NASA's launch pads to Hollywood's top studios, from revolutionary robotics to cutting-edge cybersecurity, talent from...
I suppose the world this morning is...
I've been doing this for an hour and a half and I didn't even plug any products. I apologize for being a little discombobulated, but this event reminds me of 9/11 in many ways. One, our constitutional freedoms are eroded. Someone's attacking the foundation of what we believe in the United States. There are professionals involved, and then there are willful patsies, maybe. There's similarities to it. And that it's the falling of the towers is the falling of Charlie Kirk. But the rising of the Freedom Tower, and it took years to do it, and actually had pictures of it actually being built. But you know, the rising of the Phoenix out of the ashes from ground zero is like what will happen in months and years of the conservative movement as the Phoenix rises out of the ashes of this event that took place yesterday. And a new conservatism is going to be born. A stronger conservatism in the United States. And it's tied into this pendulum swinging towards conservatism. The pendulum was starting to swing, like Charlie was saying on one of the news networks recently, that, you know, there was a turning point. He delineated it in 2012. I don't know, it may have been a little bit too early for that, but there's definitely a pendulum shifting. And as that pendulum is shifting, the ultra-libs in the Democratic Party are going to be kicking and screaming, and there's going to be more violence. And it's really important for the conservative movement in the United States to stay the course and continue on with God, country, and family, and not to back down. Now, it's about civil disobedience. But the thing is that it's the same thing. You have crazy stuff going on mass transit. And they're trying to create a situation where people are afraid to defend themselves. Don't be afraid to defend yourself. If you're in a situation where you have to protect your family or protect your own life, you need to. Don't capitulate. Push back. DEI is not okay. Crazy black people on the mass transit, not okay. Defecating on the mass transit, not okay. Swearing up a storm in front of kids on the mass transit, not okay. Eating like a slob at a restaurant, not okay. Stealing stuff from a grocery store or from a convenience store or CVS, not okay. Having your politicians giving no cash bail to repeat offenders, not okay. If you see your representatives, you need to voice your opinion and say, your liberal policies, if they're liberal, your liberal policies are wrong. It's not okay. Push back. The problem is that most conservatives are actually the silent ones. The conservatives are the silent majority, as Nixon would say. That's so true. Because I want to be left alone. But the thing is getting to the point where we need to actually stand up and voice our discontent. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver soaps. I have it in charcoal tea tree, lemongrass, and peppermint and lavender. So please go to my store, get the structural nano silver soaps, help support the work that I do. I do these videos for free. I give you raw feeling, all right? I give you my opinion of what's happening in the market, but today's not really a market, really discussion day. It's really about constitutional freedoms. But I need your support. You can do that by sharing the links, asking your social media to follow me. You can follow me on all the channels that I have. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. You can follow me on X and on GETTR. You can follow me on Patreon and Substack. All the links are in the description. Help support the work. And better yet, listen to how to improve your health, all right? I've been doing anti-aging since I was 16 years old, all right? With lots of antioxidants. I used to be a triathlon athlete, all right? I have learned a lot of things over the decades of my life. I'm in my 50s, all right? I'm older than Alex Jones. Who looks older? DrPaulCottrell or Alex Jones? So my protocol works. It's something that I do. Now, not everybody can afford what I do. But if you listen very closely, you'll be able to target certain systems and be able to slow down the aging process based on your affordability. I want you to get healthy. How are we going to change the epidemic in diabetes and heart disease and cancer? A big part of it is early screening and changing lifestyle. Chronic diseases in the United States, chronic diseases are caused by lifestyle in most cases. So if you listen to me, you're going to get healthy. But not only that, if you listen to me, maybe we'll save our constitutional freedom. I don't think anyone has made the connection between 9/11 and actually Charlie Kirk. But it's the same thing. Powerful people trying to erode your constitutional freedoms. And it's emblematic of someone falling down because they were shot in the carotid and the fall of the Twin Towers with the planes crashing in. And powerful people, powerful groups orchestrated those events. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and also get the Cleanse and the Max 35. This will help to boost up your immune system. Cleanse is 30 parts per million. Max 35 is 35 parts per million. Take a teaspoon a day, swish in your mouth, gargle. What it's going to do is it's going to help the epithelial lining, increase the health of your oral cavity and your oropharynx, maintain the mucosal barrier, and it'll boost up that immune system. You're going to need this in the fall and the winter, which is another thing. You know, in 2020, that was also orchestrated by a bunch of powerful people trying to get you sick, trying to hurt you, and trying to erode your constitutional freedoms. So the crisis that we went through in 2020, very similar to 9/11. Oh, by the way, Barrick started the whole SARS program in 2001, in April. But it's very similar. People doing things to erode your constitutional freedoms. These people are very powerful. Same thing. Very powerful people tried to silence Charlie Kirk because he was influential and he was moving the needle towards conservatism.
Divided into two. People who are completely conscious and aware of the significance of the commentator and activist Charlie Kirk, and people who were not. And then, of course, there are some of us who sit somewhere between those two stools. But I mentioned the polarity.
You know what I'm so sick of? I'm so sick and tired of these intellectuals that don't have an engineering degree. These intellectuals, activist, Charlie Kirk, the activist. What about the one that stood for his constitutional freedom? No, you're an activist. You know, I'm so sick and tired of these humanities, liberal arts dipshits that have a mic. Never designed anything in their life.
Or not you sympathise with his views, some of which, and I'm on a bit of a crash course this morning, which you're going to help with, some of which were pretty hideous. It's about whether or not he fully appreciated how significant he was, and indeed the reasons for his significance. 3 minutes after 10 is the time. A very good morning to you. There's a couple of things I don't understand. And actually, when I was coming into...
Many liberals don't understand much.
And I had my earphones in, and I was listening to some commentary, and I was looking at some of the coverage online. I really did presume that they knew who had undertaken this act of hideous, murderous violence and why. up to and including Donald Trump's comments and the mention of martyrdom. At that point, you presume they must know why. Now, it seems to me highly likely that if and when they identify the killer and explore his motives, the motive is going to have been in large part informed by what Charlie Kirk stood for. But surely, again, it's one of those ones where I wonder, okay, man, surely you wait until you're sure before you actually draw conclusions about what has motivated this murder. Surely you need to know why it was undertaken before.
Sail across the oceans in one of the world's most elegant resorts at sea with Explorer Journeys.
Why it was undertaken before you can make comments about martyrdom or truth or freedom or free speech, or indeed even try and turn it into some opportunity to attack the left, some of whom, the idiots, will not be offering unequivocal condemnation and sympathy for an act of political violence, for a political assassination. I suppose there is a bar somewhere above which you can offer tacit or even explicit approval of murder. But goodness me, I don't, well, as it stands, at 5 minutes after 10 this morning, this young man seems to have been nowhere near that bar to me. A couple of things that have already been pointed out include his observations, his recorded observations, that death is the price you pay for the gun laws that he very enthusiastically approved of. And you know, there's a grim, poignant irony to that sort of contribution, and also some qualified commentary on the apparent nature of the assassination and the likelihood that it would be somebody who really knew what they were doing, given that even Ian Duncan Smith, drawing upon his own military experience, I've seen commenting this morning on the evidence of expertise in this place. But I often feel these days, and remember that I do this for a living, I often feel these days that there are two universes, and you're never entirely sure which one it is that you inhabit. Who was Charlie Kirk? 0345 6060973 is the number that you need. Who was it? And listen, I'm not completely ignorant. I have been surprised by the scale of the response. I knew the name. I've seen some clips. I wouldn't necessarily have been able to say, that is Charlie Kirk. I would have said, that is the guy who I have seen getting kind of owned by young students. But that's the nature of my algorithms, I suppose, is that I would see the clips of him being challenged on his attitudes to everything from race and sexuality to abortion, and not thriving. But he obviously has an entire catalogue of examples of where he has thrived and succeeded, because otherwise he wouldn't have been, I have learned this morning, such a key ally of Donald Trump. So please don't presume complete ignorance. Well, actually, feel free to presume complete ignorance on my part. I'll tell you something else that you may not be aware of. Quite a lot of dads, I think, and mums this morning, including the centrist dads, will be learning just how much their own teenage children knew about this guy, regardless of their politics, whether they were repelled by him or whether they were enthused by him. His traction among teenagers, particularly on TikTok, was immense. You know, I have a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old, and they know a heck of a lot more about this guy than I do, I discovered last night. And that speaks to reach, doesn't it? That speaks to reach and influence. And the organization that he founded, Turning Point, has had some fairly...
So think about it. They have a lot of people that get... A lot of people are influenced by him, negative and positively. So he's like a node in a complex system. So Charlie Kirk's node, through his activism, right, had these connections with liberal youth and conservative youth, and maybe even ones that were on the fence, that were centrist. All right. So now with his death, it sends a communication signal to these different groups, and now these groups also have connections with each other. So you have the node, I'll call it the Charlie node, and then you have these clusters of conservatism, liberalism, and centrist. And there's some nodes communicating between centrist with liberals, centrist with conservative, conservative with liberal, right? So there is some communication with some people within those clusters, but not always. But his death sent a reverberation through the whole system. And there's going to be an emotion. Now, a certain percentage of the liberal is going to actually become more liberal and gleefully celebrate his death. You'll have some centrists that have some connection with these gleeful individuals that may actually be appalled by it and become conservative, or they actually buy into the gleefulness and become liberal. You may have others that are centrists that may actually be staying on the fence. So the point I'm making here is that these clusters are going to morph. Same thing with conservatives. There's going to be a big part of that conservative movement, that conservative cluster, that's going to be actually more conservative because of what has happened. And I think that's a good thing. And you may have some conservatives that were a little bit on the fence, but they would be still considered conservative, snap to ultra conservative, or they may actually be afraid of reprisal and move towards the center. So the point I'm making is these clusters are going to morph because of his death. Now, I think what's going to happen is that there's probably going to be more of a polarizing that's taking place, where I think the liberals are actually going to lose ground in terms of population, but become more radicalized, while the conservative tent will actually get bigger.
Some fairly pungent controversies in its time. Some of the other people associated with it have gone down some very odd paths, but I don't, well, there's two things I don't fully understand. The first is, we don't even know whether it's political. I want to keep stressing this point, but of course, the likelihood must be that his public pronouncements would have played a role in the motivation of his murderer. That is all you can say at the moment. I feel very lonely in the media on both sides of the Atlantic for not making sweeping statements about the nature of political discourse. I feel that Donald Trump's pardoning of people who launched a coup attempt in his name on January the 6th, not just his failure to condemn them, but his praise for them and his pardoning of them, broke something deep and profound at the heart of what used to pass for American democracy. And if I were comfortable with that...
What about someone actually auditing the Dominion machines? What's the code do? What about that big jump diffusion that took place at 4 o'clock in the morning for Biden? All found ballots at 4 a.m. go to Biden? Seems a little fishy to me in Wayne County. Wait a minute, what is going on here? Again, powerful people trying to take away your freedoms. It happened during 9/11. It happened during the election in 2020. It just happened yesterday with an assassination of Charlie. That's what's really going on. You pull back and you look at the mosaic, you have a government or powerful people that used the Democratic Party conduit to circumvent your constitutional freedoms. Who's the party of violence? Republicans or Democrats? When you have if you have a nominee for SCOTUS, which party is more violent? The Democrats or the Republicans? By far, the Democrats. Who do you think is more violent? Nancy Pelosi with her rhetoric or Johnson? Who do you think is more violent in terms of their rhetoric? Chuck Schumer or McConnell? I mean, let's really be honest here. Who's the party of violence? And so what happens is that maybe conservatives actually say enough is enough, and we're not going to allow this to happen. Unfortunately, they were corralled on January 6th. And they fell into a trap. But he's a LBC liberal. He's going to tell you how it really is.
Yes, I'd kind of be jumping already onto the ludicrous notion that this murderer somehow represents a caucus of opinion, or this unidentified individual, currently motive unknown, is proof positive of prejudices that are held previously. And I guess it's a little naive of me to think that people would be able to resist the temptation to do that kind of thing. But here we are. Here we are, wondering two things. Who exactly was he? And what did he stand for? Actually, three things, of course, because then, in perhaps addition to those two questions, you move inevitably into the question. And I want to get this question exactly right, because you can't say, I can't phrase this with anything other than confusion. And my confusion may make me.
Headway has provided an incredible sense of freedom to have a practice and a way that I want to live.
Imagine getting the light, cozy comfort of a puff jacket in a shoe. You can with new hands-free cozy fits. GETTR slip-ins.
Comfy, soft footwear.
And my confusion may make me stupid, and I can
You are
agree with
stupid.
that, but I don't want it to make me crass or insensitive. Why has this? What's the word that I want? Why has this apparent assassination stopped the traffic on this side of the Atlantic and beyond? Keir Starmer, I suspect, ignorant of some of the pronouncements that this chap has made in the past, particularly with reference to, I would suggest off the top of my head, homosexuality and black women's intelligence, has offered a very lavish expression of grief for somebody who you tell me, do you think Keir Starmer could have given you a 10-minute talk yesterday on who Charlie Kirk is and who Charlie Kirk was and what he represented? I don't think he could have done. He has to keep Trump sweet. Trump's already gone all in on why this happened and the motivations and politics of the unidentified and unknown individual or individuals who did it. But Trump's always going to Trump, isn't he? Starmer has to keep him sweet. If he hadn't offered up this paean, perhaps it would have been embarrassing for him next week when Trump arrives. I don't even know. I can't even begin to speculate. Well, I am speculating. I can't even begin to reach conclusions on what has happened here. 11 minutes after tennis, it's only even my presumption that it's a man. As a couple of you just pointed out, I suspect with your tongue slightly in the cheek is, we don't even know it was a man that did this. I don't know that is the thing we should be focusing on, but it's the thing that has boiled my brain the most this morning. As someone who commentates upon current affairs for a living, for good or for ill, it's a job. For someone who commentates on current affairs for a living, I am, and I've been doing it now for over 20 years. I can't quite believe the confidence with which people are not just speculating upon why this happened, but making incredible and sweeping conclusions, reaching incredible and sweeping conclusions about who did it and what tribe or what political movement they belong to. So it's a 31-year-old man with 2 little children. And if that doesn't touch you at all, then you really need to give your head a wobble. Unless you can tell me something that justifies your apparent callousness. I can't conceive really of somebody being assassinated in these sort of circumstances without my initial reaction being shock and upset. Initial reaction is...
How's a Brit going to understand the First Amendment when the Brits don't even have the First Amendment? How are the Brits going to understand that people are going to try to be silenced, especially if they are influential? The Brits aren't going to get that. They don't understand the First Amendment. They don't get it. And because they don't understand the First Amendment, they don't understand the need for the Second Amendment. They'll never understand it. Because it's not part of their ethos. The whole ethos of our democracy in the United States, our constitutional republic, is based on the foundation of freedom of speech. That is it, right there. And like I said, your life, your kid's life, are not as important as the Constitution, period.
He lived by the sword, he died by the sword. That seems to me to be really odd, but my opinions are largely pointless.
Yeah, no kidding.
Because
Secondhand made faster, magically easy. Sit back and watch your beloved items sell themselves.
Because I don't know enough about him. And I wonder who does. I mean, I know that I've got colleagues who had barely heard the name before, let alone could have provided you with a thumbnail sketch of what he stands for. And we all do this for a living. The thing that I want help with most, but we've got to go through the 2 first questions. We've got to go through the first 2 questions first. Is why I think you can't
get it out of your
the
mouth.
Individual from the event. So there is something absolutely attention demanding about a public murder of a political figure in a public space. Whether you go back to JFK or Martin Luther King, about whom I think Charlie Kirk had things to say, which we should probably get to a little later in the program, that there is the event, the nature of the event, in a way, whoever it was. It's completely different, for example, from somebody being shot on their front doorstep, or somebody being attacked in their home, or somebody being run off the road. There is something about the event, the public nature of the event, that speaks to almost the sort of relationship between public emotion and journalism. So the story will be huge because of how this terrible event happened. But I sense, and I think you would agree with me here, the identity of the victim in this case has also made an enormous contribution to the scale of the coverage and the quality and quantity of the response. 0345 6060 973 is the number you need to tell me who he was, what he stood for, and why his apparent murder, I don't know if you need to say apparent, it couldn't have been an act. Well, until we know for certain, I suppose you've got to be, you've got to couch your language in
apparently, maybe we'll die. Even though there's high probability that we will die. I mean, some things are just common sense based on just past history. Well, you're in the jungle and you see a lion. Maybe the lion won't eat me. But let's wait until he does, and then we'll be able to, do a post facto on this. This is liberals This is the way liberals think. If you're gonna be a sheepdog, you go like, well, wait a minute here. I gotta protect the sheep. Wait a minute. There's a predator there. Well, maybe he's a predator. No, he's a predator. You err on the side of caution, right? He's a predator. Protect it. Protect. No, well, maybe it's not a predator. Maybe they're just a nice, just a nice citizen. And as they get closer and closer, and you start to see the blue hair and the nose piercings, and you start to realize that they're a crazy liberal. They want to take away your Constitution. And you go, well, maybe they really don't want. Maybe they're just having a hormonal imbalance. Maybe they don't really want to take away your Constitution. And then they start chipping away at it. Well, maybe they won't do too much more. And they chip away more. Maybe they won't. See, this is a pacifist mentality, is the point I'm making. He's a fucking pacifist. Be a sheepdog. Well, you may be doing a knee-jerk reaction, but that's how species survive. If you're on mass transit, let's say, if you're on mass transit, are you going to now have more situational awareness when you sit next to someone that is black and that looks like they are not well kept and they do not look like that they have the typical societal norms, especially after this incident with the murder of that Ukrainian woman? Of course not. You're going to have more vigilance. Why? Because it's a survival mechanism. That's the way species continue to live. It's that whole idea that, well, wait a minute, this may be a dangerous situation. But if you got to be a liberal, maybe it's a dangerous situation, but I don't know it's a dangerous situation, so I'll just sit there and wait until it's a dangerous situation. And if I die, then maybe it was a dangerous situation. What a retard. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the resveratrol. This will help for youthful gene expression, help with the health of the mitochondria, boost up the energy levels, get rid of cells that are in senescence. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. Super important for an anti-aging protocol. Omega-3 will help to reduce the red blood cells from oversticking and help with your lipid profile. Bring down systemic inflammation. This will help with your vascular system. And you should be taking omega-3, especially in the fall and the winter, because you don't want the overclotting of the red blood cells. Guess what? The fall and the winter, it's going to be problematic in the United States. Better prepare for it. Vitamin B complex, this will help with the health of the mitochondria. The first 4 B vitamins boosts up your ATP levels through the electron transport chain within the mitochondria. And B12 will help with neuroprotection. Neuroprotection is super important. I'm talking about neuroprotection. Taking clarity factor gets rid of brain fog, so you're not the stupid liberal. And then now, clarity factor will allow you to concentrate, so you're not a stupid liberal. And so you can focus on your work or school or tasks that you have to do at home. It gets rid of that brain fog, and it helps to support memory. And over time, drink the filtered water and take clarity factor every day. You're getting this positive neuroplasticity. You're going to be able to think faster. You're going to have better memory recall. Super important. I have structural nano silver toothpaste. The toothpaste, very high quality, has no fluoride in it. Get a few tubes of this toothpaste for your house. This will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, help with the gum line health, and reduce inflammation. Super important. And guess what? It's structural nano silver. Probably need this in the fall and the winter. Better stock up. Be prepared. You've been warned. And the gels. The gels, dual purpose. You can get it in the tube form or in the quick dispenser. You use it the same way. You can use it as an aftershave. You can use it as a daily skincare. You can put it on a wound. It'll help to heal the wound. So like a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn. It'll help to heal it quicker. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, especially in the fall and the winter, put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your eyes, around your ears, around your nose. Lightly coat your nostrils. It stays active for 5.5 hours. You can't do that with Pharrell. Better get the gel. Be prepared. Because in the fall and the winter, it's not going to be pretty in the United States. And also, I have dual-purpose deodorants for males and females. This deodorant you use as a deodorant, but it'll also detoxify your body. When you regularly detoxify your body, your immune system and your endocrine system starts to perform better. So you can get it in citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. Get a few bars for your household. Very high quality deodorant that helps to detoxify the body. This is made from essential oils from the Himalayas. You're not going to be able to find a better deodorant bar. There's nothing on the planet that you can buy that's better than this because of the ingredients in here. Very high quality ingredients. All right. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. All caps, discount 5, $5 off. You spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. And do me a favor, prepare for the fall and the winter because you're going to need it. You're going to need to prepare. All right, wake up. Now, you also have to prepare your brain so it doesn't atrophy and you fall in the liberal stupid trap. All right. I'm gonna listen into live now here.
As he made the announcement there that Charlie Kirk will be posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Of course, we are following everything on the assassination of Kirk, and we'll bring you all of the updates here as they do happen. For now, we want to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break at 10:13 on the East Coast and 7:13 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
All right. So he's on a commercial break. All right, let's listen into CNN here.
I paid for my own college, so I knew I'd have to start accumulating a lot of money, paying student loans, paying rent. There wasn't much left over. Every month I put whatever I could into wealth funds. It does the.
Just to recap yesterday's events, at around 12:20 p.m.,
we already listened to this.
Influencer Charlie Kirk was at Utah Valley University.
We already listened to this. That's just CNN's feed. Let's listen into The Hill here.
The investigation into the killing of 31-year-old conservative activist Charlie Kirk is continuing.
Now, Kirk was speaking at Utah Valley University, the first stop in what was supposed to be a college campus speaking tour. The university says Kirk was hit by a bullet around 12:20 p.m. Utah time.
Here's Governor Spencer Cox at a press conference yesterday addressing this tragic situation.
I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. Nothing I can say can bring back Charlie Kirk. Our hearts are broken.
The Utah Department of Public Safety believes that the shooter engaged in a targeted attack and fired one shot from a nearby roof. A university spokeswoman says that the specific building was the Losi Center, which was about 150 yards from Kirk. Officials say that around 3,000 people were in that crowd. Now, Kirk's security detail was with him alongside 6 university police officers.
But as of this morning, a manhunt is still underway. Police detained 2 people yesterday, but released both of them. FBI Director Kash Patel had tweeted that the subject in the shooting was in custody at 6:20 p.m., but then he issued an update right before 8 p.m. writing, quote, "The subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in interest of transparency." The FBI is now asking anyone with relevant information to step up.
Of course, social media was filled with reactions and tributes to Kirk's death. Here was President Trump last night.
This is a dark moment for America.
Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever. The monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country.
Prominent conservative commentator Ben Shapiro wrote on X, Charlie was a good man, a man who believed in right and wrong, who stood by his biblical values. All of us will miss him, and I can't imagine the pain of his beautiful young family. We must all pray for them. We must pick up the baton where Charlie left it, fighting for the things that he believed in so passionately.
California Governor Gavin Newsom also weighed in, writing, quote, I knew Charlie, and I admired his passion and commitment to debate. His senseless murder is a reminder of how important it is for all of us.
Gavin Newsom, he's part of the fucking problem. He's running a liberal state right into the ground. And then he had deepest condolences. This is the problem here. The country isn't going to just heal because of Charlie's death. The conservatives need to galvanize and push back on liberal policies that are eroding God, country, and family, because those are the pillars of a functioning society. You let Gavin Newsom get his way, he'll destroy this country. Turn it into France. France is a shithole.
Political spectrum to foster genuine discourse on issues that deeply affect us all without resorting to political violence. The best way to honor Charlie's memory is to continue his work, engage with each other across ideology through spirited discourse. In a democracy, ideas are tested through words and good faith debate, never through violence.
Indeed.
Oh, really?
I mean, for me,
Oh, really? But why is it that the Democrats always use violence? Why? I mean, they're always using it. Or they control the system to try to cancel you. Why don't you do some tests? If you're a conservative, do some tests in your social network, in the real world, not in the digital world. All right? And you start espousing on conservative ideals. And push back on these liberals that are in your circle, maybe at work or whatever. And see how they try to cancel you. Civil discourse? All right, okay. They're the same people that want to take away your Second Amendment.
World in which I watch a video like this, regardless of who's speaking, regardless of where they fall on the political spectrum, and are not extremely disturbed. I mean, I think it was just disgusting. I hope that the criminal that did this, who should be called all the words like a thug, somebody who did this should be arrested and caught immediately. I think that when you talk about what college stands for to me, and why I argue so hard about things, and I don't want to change the topic into this, but argue for things like Harvard having free speech, free political speech, specifically when it makes any party uncomfortable, because it is the place where ideas are breeded and discussed on purpose to leverage that to become people who affect our policy, business, both private and public in the future. And so when he's
public events to discuss, like what was just happening there, it was a organized event, should be part of the university experience. The problem comes in is when there's protests that are taking place that disrupt the actual flow and the actual safety of the university, its students, its faculty. And that was the problem that they had at Harvard. In addition, there should never, ever, ever, ever be a faculty member at the Harvard community that allows for a Palestinian flag to be flown over John Harvard, when the rightful place of the flag on that staff is the American flag. A Palestinian flag was replaced. A Palestinian flag was put up where the American flag flies. And you had faculty member at Harvard allowing it, and cheering it on. Really? And they still want the $2 billion from the American taxpayers? Why don't they try to ask for that $2 billion from Palestine, the Palestinians? Why don't they do that? See, there's certain things that you shouldn't be doing on campus. Now, what was happening on Utah was an organized event. And people can participate or not participate. It's up to them. But what was happening at Harvard was way beyond participation. It was protest. And this protesting impeded on the normal functioning of the campus. And unfortunately, the administration of Harvard allowed it to happen. And that's the issue. It has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. It has nothing to do with anything specific other than it was protesting that impeded on the normal functioning of the university. So if BLM did it, or people were anti-Semitic, or even if they were pro-Trump protesters, against, let's say, liberals or whatever it was, that type of protesting should be not allowed on campus, of any campus. Because it's not about freedom of speech. You can have a debate, you can organize a debate, but when you're starting to protest and impede on the functioning of the university, that's a problem. That's a major problem. And especially when you're raising the flag of another country in place of an American flag. What? I mean, that's like a major taboo to do. But crazy liberal students don't understand it. Crazy liberal students don't understand what that meant. Raising a Palestinian flag where an American flag normally is? You think that's acceptable at a university like Harvard, where you dole out $1 billion+ in taxpayer money to the university?
To a college to talk to, inspire, or disagree with other young people, this is a terrible situation to happen that also creates this tone of fear in a place that's supposed to be completely free for thoughts like this. And there was even a petition, I think almost like 892 people signed it, close to 1,000 that didn't want him to come. But the university was like, it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter, we hear you, but we are allowing us to be a free speech institution.
You
get to object and come. And some people still came there, and you heard from people who were in the audience. There were people who disagreed with him and there just to hear about some of those disagreements. But no political view should make you want to see someone die. And especially as somebody who's a mother, I believe he has a 2- and 4-year-old, and the audience can correct me if I'm getting the ages wrong, but as a mom, he has young kids and a wife. And so to me, it's just tragic to see somebody like this be killed in this way. And I just can't imagine anything other than just feeling disgust and wanting the criminal that did this to go to jail.
Well, and frankly, to quite literally see it, because the video footage of it was on social media, and I'm sure many of the viewers watching did this as well, without knowing what kind of state he was in. You look for the videos, just not out of morbid curiosity, but because you want to know what kind of condition he's in. The video was graphic and appalling and made it clear.
And then there's a whole conversation.
Download the app and get 50% off your first Wonder.
For the ones that have medical training, we've seen a lot worse.
With code 50Google.
When we hit that first 1 million sales in our first year of business, it was surreal. Like, this is definitely going to be a thing.
Made it clear.
And there's a whole conversation about kids watching this video.
Yeah,
on social media. Everyone's
right. And what I was going to say, it follows a news cycle in which many of our same viewers, probably myself and yourself, but felt some obligation to watch the murder of Irina Zarutska on the train, just to better understand what happened. It feels like we're watching a lot of death lately, and it's very desensitizing and alarming. So
it desensitizes, but where's this death coming from recently? It's coming from what's the reason for the deaths? It's coming from the ultra-liberal side or the Democratic side. letting people that are serial criminals out on the street, they're dangerous. Well, that's not a conservative policy. That's a liberal policy. So that Ukrainian that died was because of liberals. Charlie Kirk being blown away because of freedom of speech. Do you think that's a conservative thing? Or do you think that was an ultra-liberal thing? Now, the question is, was it professional or not? I think it was professionally done. It was a professional hit. So they wanted to silence a conservative that was moving young people towards the Republican Party and raising lots of money for the Republican Party. That's what I think happened. But blame the Democrats, blame the liberals.
Everyone in the audience has had that same experience. I certainly hope this person is apprehended immediately. We live in a world of such surveillance, which certainly has its downside, but one of the upsides of it is that it is easier than ever, generally, for law enforcement to apprehend a suspect. In this case, they got Luigi Mangione in a couple days, I think. So we're certainly expecting and hoping that will be a similar case.
The thing is, Luigi, even though he wanted to take out the United Health CEO, he made a lot of mistakes. This other guy, seems more professional. Now, it seems as though the police are holding their cards to their chest closely, and they're not fully divulging what they really have to maybe to capture the guy. But I would be shocked that if they catch the guy and they don't have serious weapon experience. One shot, 200 yards, and was able to evade. That sounds professional.
So there's already videos of showing someone on a roof, in the vicinity, and they have, some general knowledge of how this transpired. It is, of course, and this is a warning I would give to people on all sides of the political spectrum, including some people on the right. We do not know why this happened yet. You can, of course, make assumptions, given Charlie Kirk being a high-profile conservative activist. But, of course,
I don't know if the lion is going to eat me in the jungle. So I'm just going to wait until the lion eats me, and then maybe I should have done something. It's better to knee-jerk and start pushing in a certain direction to try to circumvent further catastrophes. Now, of course, you still have to, go through the motions and get the evidence and figure out what really happened. But sometimes having a knee-jerk reaction is a means for survival. Now, it seems to me that there are data points that are popping up that conservatives are being hunted. Well, why is the sheepdog being hunted? I mean, obviously liberals are not sheepdogs. So, wait a minute here. Something's not right. Wake up.
Was targeted by an assassin during the presidential campaign, and that person turned out to be a kind of psycho without a very clear, discernible political agenda. I don't want to say he has no political agenda. The shooter of Gabby Giffords years ago did not have a clear political agenda. He was just a psycho. I'm not trying to be naive and say this person, I know for certain they don't have an agenda. We don't know. We don't know anything yet. So if you're going to start spouting off on how they are out to get you or us, there's not a they. There's it's not, or already want to get into, this is why guns is bad, this is why rhetoric is bad. An individual is responsible for this. A person.
Someone tried to silence Charlie Kirk. I think it was professionally done. I'll wait for the data, but that's my hypothesis. All right? So maybe we should start using scientific words, Bobby, like the hypothesis instead of the conclusion. All right? The hypothesis is it looks like it was professionally done. The hypothesis is it looks like someone was silencing someone because they were exercising their freedom of speech. They're exercising their First Amendment. Now, if that is true, if the hypothesis is true, then people need to be galvanized and make sure that they protect their constitutional freedoms. But it's just a hypothesis. Maybe the King of England will stop the stamp tax and we won't have to go to war for the revolution. Maybe. But then we wouldn't have had the Constitution. We wouldn't have had the Golden Gate Bridge or the Brooklyn Bridge or the Yankees.
Decided to do this, that person will be brought to justice, and then we will better understand why and how this happened. But let's stay squarely focused on the person for now. We don't need to do speculation or try to turn this into a them versus us. I don't know who the us is. I don't know who the them is. Well, I know who the us is.
Bullshit. 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 There is obviously confrontation starting to boil between the conservative movement and the liberal movement, between Republicans and Democrats. But I'd rather look at it more in the vein of liberalism and conservatism, collectivism or individualism, however you want to slice this. But people need to start pushing back and prevent this erosion of this God, country, and family, the pillars of society. You think liberals protect those three pillars? Tell me, which liberal protects those three pillars? They may say they have some spirituality, but they want abortion. Or they're pushing trans rights. Or they're demonizing the family somehow. Or they're demonizing the government. They don't want to support the military. They don't want to be patriotic. Tell me what society lasted if those three pillars aren't protected. There's the issue right there. That goes to the core of the issue, Bobby. Wake up. I know you're young, but it's time to wake up.
Just cool it for now, is what I would say.
And I say, like with Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman, that was killed in political violence that could be directly connected to somebody's feelings on politics, or Nancy Pelosi's husband being attacked in the way that he was brutally. I think that all that deserves to have a conversation about how we can.
What about Nancy Pelosi and her husband making tons of money on insider trading? Maybe that's the bigger issue.
The political temperature down, but at the same time, Congress is created to have those debates. That's the whole point of Congress, to voice and vocalize the thoughts of the people and the constituents you represent, and go in there and duke it out with your words and conversation, as opposed to with any type of violence. And so I think the most spirited debates are welcomed in our country, the most spirited disagreements, because that's the whole point of having different voted elected.
And that's what Charlie Kirk stood for. So we're not going to stop having spirited disagreement because something like this happened. He would not have wanted.
But did they have spirited disagreement during the confirmation process of Kavanaugh or Amy Barrett? What about Burke? Remember Burke? What about many conservative justices as nominees, and they're going through the confirmational hearing, and you have a lot of Democrats and liberals not just doing dispirited debate, but threatening them at their home. This has been boiling for years. And the conservatives are supposed to just say, oh, it was just they just blew away Charlie. We should just sit back and just, sing Kumbaya with the liberal. Really? Really? The liberal isn't going to back down. They're going to ramp this up. They want the conservative people to back down. That's what they're hoping for. And unfortunately, many conservative people are a silent majority. They want to just live their life. They're individualistic. And there's the weakness. There's the Achilles heel of the conservative movement. The Achilles heel is that, yes, individualism is important, but there is a time and a place to be the sheepdog. You know?
He was for spirited disagreement. Words different than violence.
Exactly. So President Trump received some boos upon his visit to a D.C. restaurant. Don't go anywhere. We're going to talk about that next.
So it's really about civility. So you can't even go to a restaurant without trying to be canceled. I see this crap all the time at the Harvard Club. There's so many people that are so liberal that they'll try to cancel you if you don't believe like they do. The same thing is happening at a restaurant in Washington, D.C. The President of the United States can't sit down and have a dinner without having a crazy liberal yelling in the background. Civility. Where is the fucking civility? Oh, they have freedom of speech. They have the freedom of being uncivilized. And then all of a sudden it ramps up to violence. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get this foundation. This will help to slow down the aging process and allow you to build off of this foundation with the different supplements that I have. So take this complete multivitamin. This multivitamin helps with the conformation shape of enzymes so they will perform properly. So these multivitamins are cofactors for enzymatic activity. Take it every day. Make sure you drink it with filtered water. Now, I have also probiotics. I have it in a veggie cap version, which is in my hand, and I also have a powdered version. Take a good probiotic every day. Now, with taking probiotics, what will happen is that you'll improve your immune system at the gut level. You're going to improve your metabolism and your energy absorption. You're going to help the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. And you're going to improve your skin. And by taking a good probiotic daily, what you'll also notice is you're going to get rid of brain fog. You're going to be able to think more clearly. And you'll be able to sleep better. And when you sleep better, you're consolidating memory, you're detoxifying your central nervous system, and you're going to be well rested. Good gut health improves many different systems in your body. So this is the reason why it's a foundational piece to a health protocol and an anti-aging protocol. Because if you're sick all the time, you, guess what? Age faster. So get the probiotic, the MB40 probiotic or the powdered version, and make sure you take it with the complete multivitamin. And by taking these together as a foundational piece, you're starting on your journey to slowing down the aging process and getting your body into homeostasis so it can be healthy. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the multivitamin and the probiotic. And also get the magnesium and zinc that boosts up your immune system and your brain function. You need magnesium to protect those lovely neurons you have. And vitamin C and magnesium helps with your skin, your immune system, and brain function. Take them together. And magnesium also increases the efficacy of D3. You're going to need to take magnesium and zinc and vitamin C and magnesium daily as part of a health and wellness protocol, slow down the aging process, but you especially need it for the fall and the winter. Take my advice on this. You need to prepare for the fall and the winter this year. Something's going to happen. And if you're not prepared, you're going to suffer. And lastly, the turmeric this will bring down inflammation and soak up free radicals. Ashwagandha root controls the cortisol levels and blood glucose levels to bring down inflammation at the vascular level and systemically. And lignans. Lignans will help with your immune system and endocrine system, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals. When you stack these together, you're boosting up your immune system, which you're going to need, especially in the fall and the winter this year. And this will help with bringing down that inflammation and soaking up those free radicals at the vascular level to prevent plaque formation. So please go to my store and get the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. Use discount 5. I want you to save money. So use discount 5. It's all caps, discount the number 5. Get $5 off any order. Get the products, stack them the way I'm telling you. You're going to notice that you're going to slow down the aging process. I'm in my 50s and I'm very healthy. And guess what? If we don't collectively improve our health, then we're going to have escalating healthcare costs trying to treat chronic diseases. So it really behooves you to focus on your health and apply this holistically so you're not on pharmacopoeia. All right? It's really important. And it works. That's proper diet, proper exercise, filter your water, stay away from processed foods, stay away from sugary foods, do resistance training and cardio, and stretching, balancing exercises, learn new things, have spirituality or mindfulness. All these things are super important. Get a good night's sleep. All these are very important. It helps to heal the body and it helps to slow down the aging process. And what will happen over time, there's going to be an accumulation effect. So when you're in your geriatric years, you're going to have more vitality. You're going to have more longevity. Or you just don't pay attention and then don't be surprised that you're on statins and beta blockers and metformin and you're overweight and everything else. You got to take charge of yourself. If you don't take charge of yourself, then who's going to do it for you? Oh, collectivism. You think nanny state is going to take care of you? It doesn't work. You better take care of yourself. I'm telling you how to do it, but it's up to you. All right. Let's pivot to something slightly different. And that is the article. Let's say this, they're talking about NATO. So let's listen into the NATO issue here.
I have a very active family, and it can be hectic at times juggling after-school activities and seasonal allergies.
Welcome back to Rise. Lindsay, what's in your lens today?
We are talking about Poland. So when more than a dozen Russian drones flew into Poland overnight this week, NATO scrambled fighter jets to take them down. Western officials called it a, quote, dangerous escalation of war in Ukraine. And they're right, because this wasn't just another skirmish on the border. This was history. For the first time ever, NATO forces engaged enemy targets inside Allied airspace. That's not routine, that is a turning point. Now, Poland's Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, put it bluntly. He said, quote, we are dealing with large-scale provocation. Now, Russia claims it did not plan to hit Poland, that's a quote, suggesting its drones couldn't even reach that far, but that's simply just not true. And Poland isn't buying it either. The country has already doubled down on military spending and pledged to expand its armed forces to 500,000 troops. Now, Eastern Europe knows what's at stake. They've lived this story before. And here's the thing, Putin keeps escalating because he keeps getting away with it. As Ukraine's foreign minister put it on X, quote, Russian drones flying into Poland during the massive attack on Ukraine shows that Putin's sense of impunity keeps growing because he was not properly punished for his previous crimes. Yet instead of punishment, Putin is actually gaining power. He was just welcomed out of isolation, traveling all the way to Alaska in August at the invitation of President Trump for what the White House called a summit to end the war. That meeting ended actually with no progress, no concessions, not even a ceasefire. And days later, Putin launched his largest missile and drone barrage of the entire conflict in Ukraine. Now, meanwhile, Trump's strategy looks shaky at best. He hasn't unleashed the heavy sanctions his own administration has floated multiple times, and the delay just keeps happening. Chris Weaver, CEO of Macro Advisory in Moscow, told CNBC, quote, "The Russian budget is actually under a lot of pressure. So if there were to be any more significant sanctions targeting Russian oil trade from the U.S., which they've talked about but not done, that would put the budget under greater pressure." It hasn't happened. So Putin must feel free to flex. Just a few days after his Alaska meeting with Trump, he was pictured shoulder to shoulder with Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un at a Chinese military parade. Think about that. The leaders of Russia, China, and North Korea standing in lockstep, a not-so-subtle message challenging U.S. power on the world stage. Meanwhile, Ukraine waits. Kiev has watched deadlines come and go. Deadlines that Trump actually set himself, like the August 8th deadline for Russia to end fighting with no consequences for Moscow. Remember, he told us that he would solve the war in 24 hours while campaigning. Well, it's September 11th. The war is not only unsolved, it's escalating. And here's the reality. Putin's message is clear to Ukraine, to Europe, and to Trump. I won't back down. He wants us to believe that he alone can dictate and will dictate the terms of peace. Now, the real question is whether the West, and specifically the U.S., will let him.
Well, but my question is, okay, what is your plan? I'm all ears. You're right that Russia is not taking an offer of peace with the enthusiasm we wanted, and I am also troubled by the action in the Polish airspace. But what is the?
Well, I think we heard a few, so I think I'm listening to. I'm not a business expert, and I don't pretend to be, and so therefore, people who actually operate in Russian, specifically Russian business expert. But when you operate in that space and you're a consultant in Russian territory and you go on CNBC and somebody tells you, yeah, I think the sanctions would actually put Russia at a disadvantage if Trump ever implemented them to the level he said he's going to do. I mean, Bobby, that's your opinion that it won't work, but if Trump squeezes them and actually convinces other countries to stop doing business that are in NATO with Russia, then we'll be in a position where Russia now has to come to the table with a realistic solution.
No one can
they cannot
sanctions ever work.
They cannot ever continuously just say that Putin is allowed to do whatever he wants, especially when all the European leaders have come to the White House alongside Zelensky and said what their interests are. And so as we see them, so we're just going to allow
I don't like that
because
it ripped yesterday, but it did.
I know,
There's
but
no power. I can be mad about it. I was mad about it. I got wet on the way here, but it's like, oh well.
But it's not as solidified as rain, right? We have no control of that. We do have control over allowing Putin to continue to do whatever he wants, because at the end of the day, with multiple powerful countries involved and then just Russia, and just like we both understand quite well, Russia does not want a World War III.
What does feel a lot more finished is the opera browser. Like, it has a music player built into the sidebar, and it is perfect because it means you're not fumbling around your tabs like, where the hell is this meat?
Russia does not want a World War III. Neither does the U.S. Europe is not interested in that. That's not on the table realistically for anyone. And so therefore, no, the option is to continue to move forward like we have some authority in the situation and not coddle somebody who is mocking you blatantly and over repeatedly by even going recently to China to the military parade and just saying, standing with people that we don't like. The only fear that
if
realistic to me,
rhetoric and sanctions were going to work, we would have already achieved the end of this conflict.
And if Trump's strategy was going to work, then we would achieve anything. Nothing has changed. They actually have just escalated the war. And so what I'm saying is just attempt to listen to all the European allies that are in NATO as he creeps into Polish airspace, which is our ally, and say, listen, we can't allow this, because what they suggested might happen when they went to the White House in August is actually happening. And so should we just allow it to happen? You said once Russia creeps into NATO territory, then we have to do something. Well, what do you call that?
Poland,
they didn't attack Poland.
And then we'll be at war.
But they didn't attack Poland, but they're just playing with the idea. So doesn't that look like mocking somebody who just sat in Alaska with to say that you were coming to peace? Like, the first thing he could have done is try to push for a ceasefire. But President Trump just took it off the table after he met with Putin and just said, listen, Putin doesn't want to do that, let's just end the war. And then weeks passed, and then he continued to barrage and drone strike Ukraine and did nothing, and then met with dictators, took a picture for one of the first times with all three of them together.
Unfortunately, Trump chickened out. Chickens out all the time. The taco trade. Trump always chickens out.
history, and they're still mocking you and nothing's changing. And so how does that make you look when you went on the campaign trail and mocked Biden for his lack of solving this and said you can do it in 24 hours? Even if that was an overstatement, we are so far past the 24-hour deadline, months passed, and you've done nothing to change it. It's only escalated, and that's your friend, right? That's his associate.
Fault that it's escalating.
But that's his associate that he has such a great relationship with, right? So why is it not?
It's the leader of a rival country.
They both said they have a great relationship with one another. So what is wrong with your negotiating skills that we haven't gotten this done? Otherwise, try the sanctions is what I'm saying. Because you tried everything else and that's not working. Try the extreme dramatic sanctions.
We had sanctions on Russia under Biden.
Try to escalate them even more than under Biden and see what happens. Because give me a solution then. You're sitting back and just stepping away from the war and saying, oh, Ukraine, fend for yourself.
No,
to me, that's not right.
To try to persuade Vladimir Putin to accept a ceasefire, to unfortunately keep the territory that they've gained, and commit to allowing the rest of Ukraine to be defended by European countries.
And what should we say in response to them flying drones over and having them strike down by NATO over Polish territory? Should we say nothing? Because Trump hasn't said much about that. Should we not say something that's our ally?
I'm incredibly frustrated with the Russian government. The reality is there's not a lot we can do because Russia is in such a strong bargaining position because they were winning this war throughout the course of the Biden administration when peace was an option that was overlooked by the previous presidency because Biden was committed to defending Ukraine to the last man, giving them whatever they needed, and fighting this out. And now Ukraine is losing. They're in a difficult position, and the incentive for Russia to negotiate is extremely low. We should keep trying to do that. I am not optimistic that it will succeed, but they should keep doing it because there's no other option. The only other realistic option to stop the entire country from being conquered is all-out war, which we are not willing to do. This kind of tough guy rhetoric, stop coddling them, be meaner to him, sanction him, it's not going to make a difference. I don't believe it's going to make a difference.
But money talks the loudest, right? And so if we're tightening the wall,
Europe will need to cut off at a minimum accepting Russian energy.
Across the board, if we figure out all the ways, but my point is that you can request a lot of Europe, who's requesting a lot of the US, but the US can also step up to the plate and they can come together with a realistic solution and actually go to Europe and say, we're putting a little bit of strong arming so that you can come to the table realistically, because you're just saying exactly what you want. And I think bowing down to the dictator is not the position that the US has taken in the past, and surely not a position that we should start taking in the future just because President Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, Trump wanting a Nobel Peace Prize is a good incentive, and if Trump decides to return to sanctions, that's his prerogative. I have very little faith that that's going to yield a different result at this point. Next up, Kamala Harris is not holding back in her new memoir, an excerpt from which was released this week. She had some harsh words about Biden deciding to run for re-election.
No one gives a damn. No one gives a damn about Harris. It's a has-been. All right, let's listen into consumer prices rose at annual rate of 2.9 in August.
Steve Leishman and Rick Santelli are here for what we should get on time, and that is the CPI. Rick, you got it? Or Steve?
Up 0.4% versus an estimate of 0.3%. Real earnings minus 0.1%. Obviously, the inflation number is taking that off. Let's see what we got here. Year over year, headline 2.9%, right in line. Ex-food and energy 3.1%, right in line. No adjustment to the prior number. But the one thing is the headline, the core at 0.3 is exactly in line with estimates. Let's see what else we have here. Unadjusted. That's all I have right now. Joe, how's food was up 0.5%, so some pressure there. Food 0.4%. Ownership equivalent 0.4. A little bit of pressure right there. I don't have the actual table yet, but I'll get that in a second. Taking a look, see if the bond market is reacting at all. That's what Rick would be telling us, but he's going to be here in a second. I still have the 2-year at 351. Rick, you remember where it was going in? I can't remember. 10-year at 4.01. So that's actually down a bit on this number. Yeah, pretty big decline. I think market's seeing essentially, Joe, this inflation numbers in line with expectations. The key here, and I'll dig into the numbers, I expect to find tariff inflation in there. The key all along, the main risk to all of this was
Was it going to spread to other things? That does not appear to be the case. That was the risk that held the Fed back. We can argue, did it make sense for the Fed to guard against that kind of risk?
Is this a big moment, Rick?
263,000? Is that what I'm seeing on initial jobless claims?
I didn't see that, Rick.
263,000. That is the news of the morning. We haven't been above 250,000 since October of 24. So 260,000, where's that going to come to? It equals where we were in June of 23. To find a higher number, you're back to October of 21. To me, that's the biggie. We're talking about, is the Fed Fund futures market going to potentially price in 50? That is your catalyst to actually get there.
To price in 50. Where's the 10-year, Steve? I was thinking we might get a 3 handle.
10-year coming up. 4. That's what the market's reacting to.
Exactly 4.
Not the inflation number.
Exactly
4. We're waiting for that under 4 number. Your buddies in Chicago who had the calls on that part, right?
On the 4th of
3.996 right now.
Our 3.99 yield close, low close for the year for 10s. In Chicago, everybody was betting that we're going to spend a lot more time under 4%. I took the other side of that. I think debt and deficits matter. I think the yield curves matters. So I still say, even if we close, and it's based on a close, and a weekly close is your highest priority from a technical perspective. And once we get that, I think if I was a trader, I'd probably still end up fading it. I think if the Fed cuts 50, the yield curve steepens 25. I still think 10s are going to be there, and they're going to be stubborn. It makes me upset when I see everybody talking about 30-year bonds. 30-year bonds haven't been the biggie in over 20 years. And just because the UK and the Japanese, they trade those things by appointment, it gets distorted. Arbitrage keeps it in line. But you want to watch the 30s versus 10s spread, 5s versus 10s, the fight, the knob, because the steeper these get historically, the more that tells me that the premium in between these maturities is going to keep getting wider.
Rick, I want to just cut you off for a second because I want everybody to make a bit of a chill pill here on this jobless claims number. I'm trying to run it down. There was a spike of 15,000 in Texas, and I don't know why that is. It could have been some kind of special sort of thing. It could have been a local education or something like that. But if you back that out, it looks a little less drastic.
Traders don't like backing anything out of the garage. They look at everything in there, whether you have jalopies or limousines. It is what it is. These numbers have never been accurate. And I think that they're going to pay a lot more attention.
That's what I was going to ask. These numbers, the revisions that we've seen, how much attention do you pay to this the first go around?
Our Treasury Secretary really kind of nailed it, and it made me a little nervous because basically he said it's not about maybe tweaking how we do the numbers. It's now becoming a case for how do we need to reform the Fed, and his logic is almost very hard to refute. If they're data dependent and the data is horrible, then maybe we do owe the markets more of a cut. I'm still an inflation hawk, but to see these numbers, especially on the producer side with no pass-through, I think a 50 is almost called for. And believe me, I'm not in the camp. Listen, I'm not going to be auditioning to be Fed chief, okay? So I'm not going to tell people, yeah, if the Fed needs to cut. I think with record prices and equities, I agreed with most of Jay Powell's logic, but I think things have changed dramatically. That 911,000 revision, more than half of those jobs taken away, that really does change.
Last month, was it CPI first, then PPI? This month was it PPI, then CPI? So it was like that.
Yes.
So last month, PPI was great. CPI scared the hell out of everyone. This month, PPI was great, and CPI was in line.
CPI's okay, yeah.
I
just want to take the other side of Rick's trade here real quickly, which is
you're sitting next to each other. Do not get into one of those.
Actually, maybe that'd be good. Yeah, why not?
Whatever's best for rating.
I just don't want any fisticuffs.
Wonderful.
Okay,
anyway. Rating.
You're right. Okay, go.
Very quickly before Lloyd, you have a GDP running at a tracking forecast of north of 3%. You have the stock market near all-time highs, at all-time highs, at or near. I get that the Fed can come down because it's restrictive, and there is not necessarily a reason to remain restrictive. There we go, a big bump, by the way, in the probability of the second cut, more confidence in the third cut this year. And I'm good with that. The question becomes, how far down should it go? How far from neutral is the Fed? It's because there's a huge
Who the
debate.
heck knows what neutral
Let me
is?
finish. There's a huge debate about what the right break-even rate is for this job market, given what's happened to immigration. We may be very close to that number.
Si vives con VIH, da el paso de mirar más.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract is a dual-purpose supplement. It's going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. It's going to help to control the lipid profile, so you're reducing plaque formation, and by bringing down inflammation systemically, you're boosting up your immune system. Ubiquinol, super important to take. This is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can get. In addition, it's an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria, so you're going to have more energy, more ATP. And it'll protect neurons. Super important to take if you're 40 years of age or older. Protect those neurons. And NAD+, also, you should be taking if you're 40 years of age or older. NAD+ will boost up your NAD+ levels, increase your energy, help to repair your DNA damage, and protect your neurons. And lastly, Myotrol, to build muscle and to maintain muscle. When you get older, you can't build muscle as easily compared to your 20s or 30s. So once you turn to about age 40, you start having gene expression that inhibits you from building muscle. It's methylation of the genes. Well, you need to do more exercises, cardio and resistance training, especially resistance training in this case, and take Myotrol. Myotrol has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. You'll notice that you're building muscle quicker. You can also stack this with gladiator barley to further enhance the gains for muscle. But this is really important to take, because if you continue on the path of atrophy, by the time you get into your geriatric years, you're not going to have strong bones and musculature, and therefore your vitality is going to be diminished. And if you notice that people have poor back muscles and poor bone density, they start to slouch. When you start to slouch, you're affecting your lymphatic system. You're not getting the proper flow of your blood. So you're affecting your circulatory system and you're affecting your lymphatic system just by being hunched over. So if you want to improve longevity, you want to do back muscles, improve your posture, get the better lymphatic flow and the vascular flow, and regularly improve that strength of your bones and your musculature. And you'll start to notice that other positive things are happening to your body. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Make sure you take the Myotrol. Now, so this stack does a few things. The ubiquinol and the NAD+ protects the neurons, and you're also repairing your DNA. The olive leaf extract is helping your immune system and cardiovascular system, and the Myotrol is helping with building muscle. So it's a powerful stack. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's listen into live now here, talking about college age as the
Rallying young
assassin.
Republicans to vote in the presidential election. Now, the shooter, again, has not been identified or arrested. While 2 people were detained yesterday, neither of them was determined to be connected to the shooting in any case. That is according to the Utah Department of Public Safety. As the congressman mentioned there, Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife Usha will be in Salt Lake City, Utah today to to visit with Charlie Kirk's family. If we get any sort of remarks there, we're going to bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox, as we always do. We are going to head to a quick break now at 11:05 on the East Coast and 8:05 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Highway 914 on the East Coast and 714 in Utah, where the FBI and local officials are about to give an update on the investigation into yesterday's shocking assassination of Charlie Kirk. Well, let's listen in.
This country.
This is a replay.
And instead, we find ourselves today.
It's just their version of the replay. All right, let's listen into GB News.
Okay, now let's head back to our political editor, Christopher Hope, who has been at the 9/11 memorial service at the US Embassy in central London. Christopher.
That's right. You saw on your screen there Warren Stevens, who's a US ambassador to the UK, marking that moment, that somber moment for the US and indeed for the UK, when, of course, nearly 3,000 people were killed by those attacks on the 11th of September 2001, including 67 Britons. Now, earlier today, I was in Grosvenor Square with the US ambassador for his first broadcast interview. He had just laid a wreath at the memorial there in Grosvenor Square to the 67 Britons who died. Of course, only 4 of whose body were recovered. The rest weren't recovered, and the families often go there every year to mark their passing. And he gave us his first ever interview to GB News. And here's what he told us. Ambassador Warren Stevens, thank you for joining GB News today on a solemn day for so many Americans and Britons as we recall those terror attacks on the 11th of September 2001. What did 9/11 mean to you?
Well, I think everyone who was alive then remembers where they were on 9/11. And certainly being in my former life in the financial services industry, just knew the sheer numbers of people that worked in the towers. And what this loss, what the loss of life was even going to be, we just knew it was going to be horrific. It was disbelief, really. I mean, I couldn't fathom. I couldn't fathom when I saw the first plane had hit World Trade Center. I just couldn't fathom how the pilot did it. Never dreaming it was intentional.
And you were there the day before in New York.
We were there on September 10th and came home that night, and the weather was awful. Sat on the runway 3 hours, and when our friend and neighbor called us about a plane that hit the World Trade Center, I assumed it had to do with the bad weather. And when we turned on the television, it was a bluebird day, and you just couldn't believe it.
And are there any lessons we can draw from those attacks today?
Well, the lessons of 9/11, goodness. I think from our standpoint, we have to be ever vigilant. There are clearly people in the world who don't like America, don't like the West, don't like our ideals, and they want to do us serious harm. And so we just have to be on guard all the time about that. And I think, that's something I've learned. Not something I've learned, but I've learned since I've been here, is how closely our intelligence agencies work together. It's really, really impressive and essential. And so, I think that goes a long way towards keeping not only the UK and US, but our allies safe too.
We're speaking in Grosvenor Square, central London, at the memorial to the 67 Britons who died in those attacks. I don't want to be drawn into politics, but it's your first interview as the ambassador to the UK. What do you want to do with this role?
It really is a special relationship between our two countries, and I'm going to do everything I can to strengthen that relationship. I talk frequently with members of the government. I want to help the UK become the best ally it can possibly be and strengthen and grow its economy. and that's really what I'm focused on.
Britons are shocked here by the senseless killing of the political influencer Charlie Kirk. What should the response be? Should the political rhetoric be dialed down, both in the US and in the UK?
I think the political rhetoric ought to be dialed down everywhere. I knew Charlie, and if we're not going to be allowed to debate ideas on a college campus openly and freely, then where are we going to be able to do that? And so, Eric, I feel for his family, his now widow, and their 2 children, and his whole family. It's just a senseless killing. And it will not stifle free speech. Someone else will pick up that mantle. That's just essential. It's an essential right in both of our countries.
Are there any lessons we can learn in
Hey, what was the name of that learning app again?
IXL. It gives each kid the exact support they need.
Are we talking about IXL? My kids love it, and research shows that even food.
Are there any lessons we can learn in the UK about the importance of freedom of speech, that it should be protected? There's been people arrested, of course, in the UK for messages left on social media.
We're concerned about that. But, you know, we've experienced censorship in the US as well. And I think the Prime Minister seems to be understanding maybe some of these things are going a little too far.
Looking forward to next week's state visit by President Trump to the UK, the second such visit accorded to him personally. What are you expecting from the state visit?
Well, the President has a very close relationship with the royal family, and he is honored to have this second state visit. And I suspect there'll be specific things that come out of it as it relates to UK-US
trade deals or
trade or initiatives. And the discussions have been ongoing about that for many weeks and months. And I don't know if anything specific will be announced, but we're very close to some things. And I feel like the state visit is just going to be great. It is a visible reminder to the world of the special relationship, and I think, as I said, it's a great honor.
And finally, on the special relationship, is it a real thing? You are the physical embodiment of that as the US ambassador to the UK. It is mocked by others, though. Does it matter? What is it all about, this special relationship?
Well, it's a very real thing. Last night, I attended the event marking the 85th anniversary of the Battle of Britain at the RAF Museum. And it was, as an amateur historian of World War II, even before the U.S. was officially in the war, Americans were flying and dying for the RAF, and people from other countries were too. So there is no relationship like this. I mean, we like to say France was our first ally, which is true, but the UK is our most important ally, and that's still the case.
Ambassador Warren Stevens, thank you for joining us today on GB News.
Thank you.
Warren Stevens, the ambassador, the newly arrived ambassador here to the UK from Washington, in his first broadcast interview and giving it to GB News. Now, we heard there him talking about the political rhetoric should be dialed down after the senseless killing of Charlie Kirk. He said he feels for Charlie Kirk's widow. He's concerned about censorship in the UK, but he thinks that Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister, understands it has gone a bit too far and thinks it will be brought back. And also he's looking forward to next week's state visit here, the second one by Donald Trump. He said he's not sure that specific trade deals will be signed, but he said there'll be a big moment for UK-US special relationship, and he was, of course, singing that to the rooftops.
Well, Christopher Hope, thank you very much for bringing us that GB News exclusive, the first interview with the US ambassador, the new US ambassador here in London.
And on a fairly seismic political news day.
I want to bring in CNN national correspondent Nick Watt. He's joining us right now from Orem in Utah, and CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez is monitoring this investigation for us. Nick, let me start with you. What's the latest out there in Utah that we have learned about this killing?
Well, Wolf, we have just heard from officials that they had what they describe as breakthroughs during the night. This is coming from the special agent in charge from the FBI Salt Lake field office and from local officials here in Utah. So here is what we know. They are calling the suspect he/him. They're saying that this is a male, college age, who blended in well on campus. They say that they do now have, which they didn't yesterday, they do now have a good image of that suspect. And they are right now using technology to try and identify the person from that or those images. If they fail with that technology, they say they will release these images through the media to the public. The FBI says they've had about 130 tips, Wolf, and they are asking for more. Any eyewitness accounts, any images, still or video, they want them. Now, we've also got a little bit of a timeline. They say that they have now tracked the suspect's movements on campus. He arrived on campus 11:52, as I said, blended in with the college crowd is what they say this person looks like. Went up a stairwell, onto the roof, after the incident, jumped off the building. Unclear how that happened, but jumped off the building and then fled off campus through a residential neighborhood. So during the night, investigators were speaking to people in that neighborhood, looking for eyewitness accounts, looking for video from doorbell cameras, etc. They also, in a wooded area, have recovered what they believe is the weapon that was used to kill Charlie Kirk. They describe it as a high-powered bolt-action rifle, and right now they say they are working on trying to trace the ownership of that weapon. Now, they say that the suspect is not still in that wooded area. They have swept and secured that area, but they say they do not know how far he has gone. And of course, with every hour, that is more time for this suspect to get further, possibly away from the scene of the crime. Now, they do stress, though, that they do not believe that the public here is in danger. They say that this was a targeted incident, so they are not concerned right now for the safety of the public. They say that they also have a foot imprint and the imprint left by a palm and a forearm. That is what they are working with. The FBI say they are determined to find this suspect and also find out why he did it. Now, there are still some unanswered questions. Was there a vehicle involved? Was the rifle on campus already, or was the suspect blending in with a long gun? Unclear how that would happen. We also heard that Charlie Kirk's body will be taken home to Arizona today. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much. I want to go to Evan Perez now, who has some new reporting.
Well, yeah, so Nick was just describing some of the scene there and what was recovered by investigators. And we have a couple of bits of more information about what they found. Now, Nick described that they found the bolt-action rifle near that building, not far from that building. It appears, investigators believe, that the suspect ran away from the scene, threw the rifle down. There was a towel there. And they also found a screwdriver, which they believe indicates that perhaps the suspect used it to disassemble, take the stock off the rifle to try to conceal it. Right, that is a very common thing. We've seen this done in other instances. For instance, the shooter in Butler, the one who shot at President Trump, tried to assassinate President Trump. It's very common, and so it is possible that this person used that to try to disassemble and then put it together when he was on the roof. Again, this is a working theory of the investigators. They also found the ammunition. They found the firearm. They found some ammunition inside the rifle and also nearby, which had some writings and made various references to cultural issues, right? And we don't know what they mean. The investigators don't know what they mean. They found some initials written on some of the ammunition, some of the parts of the rifle. And again, they don't know whether this is a motive, whether this refers to the reason why this was done.
But again, they spent the night looking at those initials, trying to match it to other pieces of evidence, social media accounts online, to try to see if they can try to decipher whether this is the person who did this or whether this was a reference to something else. Again, there's a lot of evidence that they're still going through at this point, but certainly the biggest piece is the rifle. They have the images, the very rough images that they found, obviously from some of the video. They are begging, obviously, for the public to send images because that is one of the ways they're going to be able to refine and figure out who might have done this, right? They're obviously the Ring videos and doorbell cameras are ubiquitous. So whatever movements he made, they are canvassing that entire neighborhood to try to track where he might have gone from there, and also how he got there, right? So all of these things, investigators are still working on. The big part of this, I think, that's important for us to understand is that, we don't know yet what the gunman, what their motivation was, right? This was a political event. We can surmise that it was related to that, but we don't know yet because the person's not been arrested. We don't know what any of these markings, what these writings mean at this stage. Investigators simply grasping at all of this to try to understand what happened and to try to bring this person to justice.
All right, Evan Perez, still a lot to learn about. Manhunt continues at this hour, and Nick Watt, thank you as well.
Besides the shooter, Republican Representatives Nancy Mace and Anna Paulina Luna blamed Democrats for the incident, but Democratic Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has differing views on the matter. Let's watch.
Political violence, unfortunately, has been ratcheting up in this country. We saw the shootings, the killings in Minnesota. I think there are people who are fomenting it in this country. I think the president's rhetoric often foments it. We've seen the January 6th rioters who clearly, have tripped a new era of political violence.
I am so tired of the liberals constantly talking about January 6th. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the drops and the lozenges. You're going to need these for the fall or the winter. It's really important to be prepared. Mitigate the issue right away. If you have that irritation in your throat, take the drops or the lozenges. You can get them in cherry flavor, honey and lemon, and in blueberry. You get 100 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household and for work, because you never know when you're going to have that irritation. But take it right away. Super important. Now, I also have it in elderberry zinc in stock. You get 21 lozenges in the elderberry zinc bag. Now, the lozenges are larger than the drops, but get a few bags for your household. Be prepared, because this fall and winter season is going to be problematic. You need to mitigate the irritation right away. If you don't, it's going to fester. Been warned.
What did he do? He pardoned them.
Meanwhile, Fox's Greg Gutfeld wrote from conservatives with a surprising take. Let's take a look.
We don't know who did this, but I do know it doesn't help the left, which makes me think, is it the left? I don't know. We don't know, but it feels professional. That's all it feels to me.
Despite what his colleague said, Fox's Jesse Waters had stronger words following Kirk's death. Let's look at that.
They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And everybody's accountable. And we're watching what they're saying on television and who's saying what. The politicians, the media, and all these rats out there. This can never happen again. It ends now.
He followed up his remarks with this.
We're angry and we're resolute. And we're going to avenge Charlie's death in the way Charlie would want it to be avenged.
Meanwhile, MSNBC is being skewered for analyst Matthew Dowd's comments. Here are those words.
Saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place. And that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
Now, Dowd has since been let go from the network, and MSNBC has issued an apology.
Authorities are now saying they have recovered a bolt-action rifle and that they have images of the suspect, which is very welcome news, obviously, because we hope that person is apprehended and brought to justice. I have confidence in law enforcement that that will be the case, although it was obviously dismaying when two different people were initially questioned and then released that they were not the individual, the suspect.
I think that though, really quick, speaks to even FBI Director Kash Patel wanting to just get the information out. There is a honorable thing about trying to be super transparent immediately with the American public, but also the fact that we're saying, oh, okay, we have somebody and then they're let go and this isn't personal. We saw the old man be taken down, it's not the person. There just is a lot of, and I know he's like a career, you told me earlier, a career protester.
The old man that was in some of the videos who was talked to by the police, my understanding is he is someone who shows up to a lot of.
But he doesn't deserve to be arrested if he didn't do anything. He protested.
Yeah, I think his thing is that he tries to get arrested for not for trespassing. He has nothing to do with this.
Right. Yeah.
So the reactions from all these people. So I always say, because the temptation, and I see it, to blame political rhetoric for killings happening is something that clearly right and left, it just appeals to them to do. Obviously, I've heard Donald Trump and J.D. Vance blame left-wing rhetoric for attempted violence against Republican figures. You've seen, we just heard J.B. Pritzker there blaming conservative rhetoric for Democrats being targeted, or everything is about January 6th. Words do not kill people, and political rhetoric has always been provocative. It was provocative in the days of the founding of our country. So the connection, in my view, between heated political rhetoric and actual violence is not nearly as well substantiated as many people like to claim it is. Responsibility for violence lies with that person. And we have free speech in this country. Charlie Kirk believed as strongly as anyone in free speech in the First Amendment. He believed in debate. He used strong language to say what he thinks. I think that person on MSNBC who said that he somehow deserved to get shot because he used heated rhetoric that is absolutely appalling, and MSNBC has parted ways with that person, and good riddance. But it is used as an excuse for a censorship agenda in so many cases, and both sides do this, and I'm opposed to it.
And I think even everybody.
I'm gonna switch over to live now. I'm gonna switch over to live now here.
He was really the only reason we were there was because my son wanted to see and ask a question to Charlie Kirk. So, and it really sets a bad example, for our young people as far as the state of our political discourse right now, having this happen in front of thousands of students.
I did want to ask you here, for folks who aren't necessarily familiar with the town that we're talking about, can you tell me a little bit about it, but also about the university itself?
Yeah, it's, Utah Valley University is located in Orem, Utah, and it's a decent-sized city, metropolitan area, the Provo-Aurora area, and it's in Utah County, south of Salt Lake City, and it is definitely a more conservative area. Probably 60-70% Republican voters, so definitely a conservative area that this happened, and it's really surprising.
What do you hope that folks watching right here, and essentially just people in general across the country, can take away from what we've seen happen?
I think that I really hope that people can have a civil discourse without resorting to violence like this. There's no words that should hurt your feelings enough that you have to kill somebody over it.
All right. Adam, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us and discuss all of this a little bit further. Obviously, a situation right now where they are still searching for the shooter. Your thoughts on that, as you know, you do have all of these students, there were so many people there and so many people attend the school, and at this point, a manhunt's still underway almost 24 hours later.
Yeah, you know, that brings up an interesting point about the security of the event. You know, I had attended the Republican State Convention at this same facility just a few months earlier this spring. And I had to enter through the same doors. It wasn't in the exact same spot on the campus, but I had to enter through the same entrance. And back then, they searched our bags. Everybody was, you know, there was actually security. Here, we just walked in the middle of the school day. There was thousands of students going between classes with their backpacks on. I was carrying this gear bag, and I, with my tripods poking out of the top. Nobody stopped me. Nobody searched my bag. There was absolutely zero security except for right around the immediate, the immediate vicinity of Charlie Kirk. So I think I saw a couple sheriffs on one roof, but other than that, there was no real event security. So, there's a lot of stuff to process about this whole event, but the striking lack of security is really something that is interesting to me.
And I'm sure that will definitely be a topic of discussion a lot over the coming days and weeks here. Adam, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Is there anything we missed? Anything you want to add here before I let you go?
No, I don't think, it's a tragedy. I think that I hope we can all try and strive to be a little more like Charlie Kirk and stand up for our beliefs, because he wasn't afraid to stand up for what he believed, and he paid for it with his life.
All right, Adam Bartholomew there. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We definitely appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
And I do want to take you out to this post here coming in from Fox News on social media, as they say sources are telling Fox News that messages were found written on the gun and ammunition that was used in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. As of right now, they say it is not clear exactly what those messages say, but sources just telling them that they were found on the gun and ammunition that were used in that attack. As we mentioned,
we're going to go to MSNBC. I think it's Morning Joe on this subject matter. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen. This is a dual-purpose supplement. It's a powder. You get a month's supply. It has the typical amino acid profile shown on the screen here. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk, but take it every day. It helps with your skin, your hair, your nails, your musculature, your bone density, and also your joint health. Take it every day and do some resistance training with it. Very important, especially for joint health and bone density. Now, this stack here will help you with your bone density and your cardiovascular system. Vitamin D3 and K2, you stack them together, be taking calcium, do resistance training, and over time you're going to build more bone matrix. So you are building denser bone, and that's super important. As you get older, your bones start to become brittle, and it's important to maintain thick bone. Many people that are older, they fall, they break a hip, and they die in 3 weeks or less. So it's really important to do resistance training and take the proper supplementation. Now you can stack this also with the collagen to help with the bone density. Now, vitamin D3 also is a gene expression cofactor, so your cells are expressing genes properly. And vitamin D3 helps to get rid of cells that need to go into apoptosis, especially if they're infected. This is super important to take during the fall and the winter, especially this fall and this winter. Stack up on the vitamin D3 and pay attention to me, and I'll get you through the problem. But there's dual purpose here. D3 can help with the fall and the winter season, but D3 with K2 can help with the bone density, and D3 and K2 stacked together can help pull out some of the calcium depositing around plaque formation and reduce further calcium depositing. And nattokinase, it's fibrinolytics. It's going to break up clots. Better start getting this for the fall and the winter season. I think I've hinted enough times about this. So nattokinase, super important, breaks up clots, but it also helps to bring down the LDL levels and increase your HDL levels so you have less plaque formation. So very important to take every day. Nattokinase is super important for proper cardiovascular health, but nattokinase is going to help you weather the storm in the fall and the winter. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
John Meacham, talk about what was lost yesterday. Talk about where you feel we are. We saw Ezra Klein's list of partial list of all the attacks over the past few years. And those attacks didn't even include the attempted arson of Governor Shapiro's home while his family slept inside of it, or the assassination of 2 young Jewish workers at the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., the firebombing in Colorado of people who were marching peacefully for the hostages being held by Hamas. It is political violence feeding on political violence. And as Willie said, most political figures, all living U.S. presidents, condemning this in the strongest term.
I watch a lot of news, probably more than I should. Mika and Morning Joe were pushing and demonizing the Trump administration and pushing for fight the power, especially during the presidential election cycle of 2024. And then once President Trump won, they met with Trump to try to mend fences. And they started losing viewers because of it. And most of their viewers are older, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the point here is that they were trying to change strategy because they knew that the pendulum of conservatism is starting to swing away from liberalism. Or the liberal agenda, let's put it that way. They're part of the problem. They were feeding the machine during the election cycle, demonizing conservatives with the whole January 6th fiasco, demonizing individuals questioning the validity of the election of 2020. We almost had a former president of the United States get blown away on live TV, and it was a miracle it didn't happen. And that was a little bit over 1 year ago. This isn't rhetoric between the conservative and the liberal. It's that the liberal is out of control. And it's fed by people like Morning Joe and Mika. And I still don't know why Morning Joe wants to dip his paintbrush in Mika. I just don't get it. So he's going to try to take the high ground and be highbrowing on this? He's part of the fucking problem.
Saying we must rise above it, but some people, obviously on social media, but also on television, suggesting retribution and a call to arms.
Yeah, we should. Listen here. This is what needs to happen. The conservatives need to push back. And if you start hearing liberal bullshit from your community or people at your place of worship or at work or even at home, if you're a conservative, you need to push back. Because the thing is, if you don't, they're going to take away your civil liberties. because the liberal mindset is top-down government and one-party system. Now, the way you push back is using the art of rhetoric. But you need to stand up and push back. Because if you don't, you're going to lose your rights. It's that simple. It's that simple. If Charlie Kirk wasn't around, well, he's not around anymore, but let's just say he never did his turning point journey, all right? Liberals would have more of a stronghold with the youth. So the point here is that he was willing to stand up for something and try to convince people to start thinking about God, country, and family. It goes back to the 3 pillars. If you look in your life and you don't have God, country, and family in your ethos, there's something wrong with you. There's something wrong with you. And fix it. But if you see people that are like this, and they're telling you on how to live your life, and you have God, country, and family in it, then you need to push back. It's not right to kill a fetus in the womb. It's not right. It's a human being. Oh, we need women's rights. Why? Well, it's enshrined in the Constitution. You know, women's rights and mankind, and, you know, if males have rights, then women should have rights too. Well, the same logic should be, we should extend those rights to the unborn. We have all this concern about the children that were killed in Gaza with the bombings and by the Israelis and all this. Do you know how many children that were actually killed during Roe v. Wade? From I think it was 1973 to modern day? Over 65 million. 65 million. Where's the bleeding hearts? Oh, it's women's rights. It's women's health. Women's health, really? When the majority of the abortions are because of economics? It has nothing to do with the health. Now, there are cases where you need an abortion because of a health issue.
Deeply concerning right now, John, and I would guess for you especially, seeing that this happened on the college campus where students were invited to have a vigorous debate and discussion in the free marketplace of ideas. And that was cut short yesterday. What are the impacts?
I thought we were having a vigorous debate during the 2024 election cycle and even the 2020 election cycle. But it was Mika and Joe that were demonizing the Republicans when they were having these vigorous debates. These people, all they care about is maintaining the ratings. They don't have. Where's the soul? Where is the backbone, Joe? Morning, Joe. Where's the backbone? Oh, what happened to his staffer when he was in Congress? Mysteriously died? Wonder why. Maybe Mika knows.
It's tragedy.
Well, one of the points of America is that we're supposed to fight with words and not weapons, right? That was one of the reasons for this experiment. And words are vital. Words have consequences.
Right. And there's also large discussion by Hamilton and Madison and and even Jefferson, the importance of the Second Amendment. Because there are times when people are going to try to suppress your First Amendment. And when they do, then the backstop is the Second Amendment. So if this rhetoric keeps on going and this conflict keeps on going, there's going to be a civil war here. And maybe it needs to. Maybe it needs to. Maybe this country doesn't deserve to be around because of the 65 million human beings that we killed under some bullshit title of women's health.
Endlessly. But this is a violation. The murder of Charlie Kirk is a violation of a fundamental American covenant, which is that we are citizens under law. We are seeking a more perfect union. We can disagree about the means of politics.
But you have the liberals saying the more perfect union is a one-party system, top-down government, collectivism, taking away property rights, taking away the meaning of words, telling people that you have to respect the pronouns of people. Is that a more perfect union? Is it? Or is that tyranny?
Couldn't disagree about the ends. The end being that we come to a certain public conclusion for a certain period of time, then we debate it all again. We adjudicate it all again. There's never been a once upon a time in American history, and there's not going to be a happily ever after. One of the things I think we have to think about, and I would urge people as they try to get their own orientation here, is what have other periods of ferocious division in the country? We've always been divided, but there are degrees of that. But a ferocious division that have led to violence, a proliferation of this kind of violence, and what are periods of division that have not taken this tragic toll that we saw yesterday. You think about Arthur Schlesinger, the historian, used to talk about how the battle over intervention in 1939, 1940, and 1941 was as ferocious as the debates over Vietnam. We don't associate the early World War II era with a great incidence of political violence. We do, of course, in the 1960s. The other incredibly important period and point to remember here is that so much of the violence in our native region, Joe, in the 1950s, in the 1960s, was about a fundamental disagreement over what America meant. The murder of Emmett Till, in many ways the assassination of Medgar Evers in 1963, on the same night that John Kennedy gave his civil rights speech, on the same day that George Wallace stood in the schoolhouse door. Medgar Evers is assassinated, the field secretary of the NAACP, in his driveway in Jackson, Mississippi. And that was in large part because the country could not find a common vernacular, that we did not seem to share a fundamental value, which was recognizing the inherent dignity of everyone else. And I fear that that is in fact where we are now, that there is not a common recognition that we are all standing before the Constitution, and if you're inclined this way, before God. And
that's lovely rhetoric, but let's go back to Charlotte. What about that white woman that was stabbed to death by a crazy black man? What about all the thievery that's going on in New York? Or the knockout game? Or the atrocities that are happening to Asians by the black community in New York? What about that? Everyone has an obligation to be a proper citizen. But when you break that covenant to be a proper citizen, don't be surprised that there are groups that become
belligerent to individuals that have broke that covenant. So we have this liberal saying, oh, it's okay to be, a criminal, just walk the streets some more. Oh, by the way, you killed a white person. It's okay. You don't need bail. No cash bail. It's okay. Putting people into powerful positions like Loretta James, and where there's lawfare, the government trying to interfere with the 2024 election. That whole lawfare was about trying to influence the election. That was obvious. So don't you think that this is going to boil up to a more kinetic conflict? And these two people here, Mika and Joe, are part of the problem. Part of the problem. Same thing with The View. The people, if you want to call them people, the animals on The View, the zoo animals of The View, they're part of the problem. You have these talk show hosts at night and comedians, they're part of the problem. Johnny Carson said he's an entertainer. He doesn't get into politics. But yet, Jon Stewart thinks that he is so phenomenal with his intellect that he should use his comedic skills to be getting into the political arena. Well, why doesn't he take a page from an elder statesman from the comedic world? Johnny Carson. No, we can't do that. No. Because what it does is that if you create dissent, if you create animosity, you get ratings. So the corporate model to make money fed the machine that led to conflict between the conservatives and the liberals. And the liberals have gone so off track that they don't even know what their gender is. Listen, we're not gonna find some sort of civil I'll call it civility equilibrium. We're not gonna find civility equilibrium. It's too far gone. It's too far gone.
If that is lost, it is immensely difficult to get back. The good news is that every one of us can help this situation today. Ordinarily,
bullshit. Bullshit. This is what happens with the liberals. This is what happens. The conservatives see that a liberal takes out one of ours. All right, in this case, Charlie. All right. And you hear the media tone it down. We don't want any conflict. Just tone it down. And then you have the silent majority that's individualistic on the conservative side that backs off and just says, okay, let's just let it calm down. All right. And they do. And everything calms down. And who starts it up again? The fucking liberals. And they do it again and again and again and again. And it's because of the conservative individual stepping back, thinking that the other side will capitulate. Now, how's that any different with what's going on with Putin? He should have took the off-ramp. And Trump keeps on saying, hey, ceasefire, 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 de-escalate. And what happens is he's probing now. He's probing. The United States is going to have to go to war with Russia. That's what's going to have to happen. Putin's going to need to die because he didn't take the off-ramp. But something very similar is happening with the whole ultra-liberals continually pushing And if us conservatives keep on allowing it, don't be surprised that you don't have a constitution anymore. No. The civility equilibrium is broken. And you need to push back with rhetoric and show on how every single policy that the liberals have is eroding the strength of this country.
Someone like me would say, well, you know, people with a microphone need to be very, very careful of what they say. That's absolutely true. But we live in a world where every single person has the same access, presumably, to the ears of millions that won't.
Everyone doesn't have the same access. Get real. Get real. Think about what happened during the crisis of 2020 when people were trying to save people and telling them what the governments were doing. And the massive censorship that was taking place.
Right. Every one of us is a force in the republic because of the nature of technology. So I would just urge everybody, and I tell myself this all the time, and sometimes I listen to myself, not always, but I cry. Let's take a deep breath before we throw that punch, before you post the snarky opinion, before you rush to judgment. Just take a minute and let's try to make the climate one in which we disagree without horrible tragedy like we saw yesterday.
Vaughn, you described that scene on the plane yesterday with Secretary Kennedy, Attorney General Bondi. I spoke to those in the White House. Shell-shocked people, lower press, others, tears in their eyes, watching the television screens as the news, watching their phones. They're seeing the horrible video of Charlie Kirk's assassination. The president himself watching TV, calling aides for updates. Talk to us about what might be next. We just received word that the vice president, who was scheduled to come to New York today for September 11th, remembrances, is now going to Utah to spend time with the family of Charlie Kirk. He, of course, very close with Kirk. The president alluded to some next steps in his remarks last night, a video that was released to the nation. Talk to us what we should expect to hear from the president in the White House today.
Right. And on the point of J.D. Vance, I think that their relationship is important for people to understand that these two, before J.D. Vance ever ran for office, became very close. J.D. Vance credited Charlie Kirk with help urging him to run for the Senate. I was there in the closing days of what was competitive Ohio Senate primary back in May of 2022 that Vance narrowly won, and it was Kirk that was there on the campaign trail with him in those closing days. And the night that he won, he credited Kirk for helping him put him across the finish line. There was no really other federal officials, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz, but there was little other support, and Charlie Kirk was very important there to his candidacy. And that is where we see now that J.D. Vance, along with Second Lady Usha Vance, are going to be heading to Salt Lake City to pay their respects to the family there in Utah. The president, on his part, is heading up to New York today for 9/11 ceremonies. He's also going to be going to the Yankees game tonight. Undoubtedly, this will bring much of, on the Republican side at least, much of this week's, work, if you will, to a halt, understanding the sensitivities and the difficulty that so many are going through. In terms of where this goes, I think that the president, in his 4-minute video that he posted last night, he called out the left very, very explicitly and said that those, he mentioned the media, that those that helped effectively promote rhetoric around the idea that individuals on the right are fascist should be sought out after and should be held to account. I think that this is one where we saw after his assassination attempt last year, there was a momentary call for the country to come together and for more civil discourse. We have seen over the last year really anything but that play out. I think that the president, it is worth noting that this summer... And
this is the point I'm making. Civility equilibrium is broken and it ain't coming back. It ain't coming back. The only way is that conservatism dies in the United States or the destruction of the ultra-liberal agenda.
of the assassination. Melissa Hortman, we did not hear the president comment on her killing, and this is also a president that musked the meetings of Paul Pelosi. And so I think that there's a lot of questions here for the White House of what does this look like going forward. A close friend, somebody assassinated. The difficulties are monumental here and difficult. And I think that, to John's point, there's a deep question here of how does this country move forward? And if I may add to John's point, it takes me back to the John McCain quote that he wrote in his letter in August 2017 upon his passing to the country, in which he said, "But we have always had so much more in common with each other than in disagreement. And if only we remember that and give each other the benefit of the presumption that we all love our country."
Really? John McCain, there wasn't a war that he didn't love funding. And then John McCain was thinking about moving to the Democratic Party when he lost the primary to George Bush Sr. because he automatically thought that he should have been coronated, a coronation for him instead of Bush. And he had butt hurt. So he was talking about going to the Democratic Party. Yeah, that's John McCain for you.
We will get through these challenging times, Senator John McCain. I question to what extent we believe in that in our neighbors, and the extent to which we believe that each other loves the country just as the same as their fellow neighbor. And I think that that is a question for both political parties up on Capitol Hill and at the White House and across the country.
MSNBC senior White House correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, thank you for your reporting. Historian John Meacham, thank you as well. And still ahead on Morning Joe, we're going to get a live report from Orem, Utah, where Charlie Kirk.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite will detoxify your body, remove heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals. You take 3 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, take it every day. It'll bind to those chemicals, toxins, and heavy metals and allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Take it every day. Some people prefer to take a heavier detox. Take 10 small drops underneath your tongue, drink the filtered water, do that every day until the bottle's done, and then do that protocol once or twice a year. I think doing it every day is better. And get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley also helps to detoxify your body. So you can stack these two together, all right? The zeolite and the heirloom barley, or you can take them separately. But heirloom barley will detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. It's a powder. It's a high-density protein. Take it every day. This is a month's supply. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. But take it every day. And by bringing down inflammation, you're helping with your joints, you're helping with your vascular system, you're helping with brain function. Why? Because if you have less inflammation at the cerebral level, your neurons are healthier. If you have a lot of inflammation at the cerebral level, your neurons start to die. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the heirloom barley. And don't be a fucking crazy liberal. Let's see what else is happening here. I'm not really sure what the issue here is, but I'm going to listen to MSNBC. They're talking about the justice.
Download the app and get 50% off your first Wonder order with code 50Google.
I got her a little something.
A little something, Dad?
Hold up. Walt rolled his 401k accounts into an Empower IRA and planned for times like.
In a recent interview, Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who has a new book out, said we are not in a constitutional crisis, adding, quote, "I think our country remains committed to the rule of law. So nothing to worry about here." Here's the thing. Lower court federal judges across the ideological and political spectrum appointed by presidents of both parties have been pretty committed to the rule of law these last 9 months. In case after case, they've been telling the Trump administration, no, you can't do that.
They just issued the video of this individual, so let's play live now here.
And we're going to continue to monitor as they do share more information on perhaps an hourly basis, and we perhaps might be hearing a little bit more from them later on today. We're going to be bringing you all of these updates as they happen, as we are anticipating perhaps more information. We did want to share these surveillance photos with you, just coming from the FBI in Salt Lake City. This is the person of interest in Charlie Kirk's murder. We are going to be stepping away briefly right here on Live Now from Fox, continuing our coverage after that.
All right, let's go to Bloomberg. It looks like they're talking about Charlie.
Stage right now, Charlie Pellet and his view of the markets live from New York. Charlie, what do you have?
Thank you very much.
Charlie's talking.
Level up for the day right now on the S&P 500 index. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all up by 0.7%. Gold better. S&P right now.
We missed that segment. We're going to go back to the justices.
Then, time after time after time, the Supreme Court has been blocking those rulings, telling Trump, yeah, you can. No explanation given, just to kind of go ahead. Perhaps the most shocking example is their ruling yesterday that allows masked ICE agents in California to arrest people solely on the basis of whether they, and I'm quoting Justice Kavanaugh's words here, work or appear to work in jobs such as construction, landscaping, agriculture, or car washes, and do not speak much of any English. Sharon Eiffel writes that the decision, quote, is a watermark in the dissolution of what we had come to believe we had a right to expect as citizens in a democracy. Joining now is Sharon Eiffel. She's founding director of the 14th Amendment Center for Law and Democracy at Howard University. Was previously president and director of counsel at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. It's always great to have you, Sharon. I want to just start at sort of this level that we've seen district judges with challenges, whether statutory or constitutional, before them. Whether it's cutting off funding, or it's deportations, or it's show me your paper searches based on race, saying, no, this violates the law and the Constitution, you can't do it. And again, Trump appointees, Reagan appointees, Obama, and then the Supreme Court time and time and time again, often with no justification saying, we're going to let it go. What is this doing right now to the law in this country?
Well, thanks so much for having me, Chris. It is, first of all, demoralizing district courts across the country. These are federal trial court judges. You described what they do and the way in which they are trying to make decisions that are consistent with the rule of law, but they are also doing that after they have taken in evidence and facts and have had an opportunity to read the claims of the parties and to read declarations that are submitted by members of either the plaintiff or the defendant class. They're not just doing this in a vacuum. And what we are seeing from the Supreme Court is a consistent decision to simply swipe away the judgment of district court judges, and as you say, do it without explanation, and increasingly do it with remarks that are actually hostile to what federal district court judges do. And as you point out, these district court judges are appointed by both Republican and Democratic presidents.
This was what happened yesterday with this unsigned decision. 3 justices objecting, including Sotomayor, who writes, "We should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work a low-wage job. Rather than stand outly by while our constitutional freedoms are lost, I dissent." Now, the 5 of the justices in the majority did not deign to offer a rationale, but I want to get your reaction to what Justice Kavanaugh said about these questionings we caught on tape. The government sometimes makes brief investigative stops to check the immigration status of people. If the officers learn the individual they stop is a U.S. citizen or otherwise lawfully in the United States, they promptly let the individual go. You think it's a factually accurate characterization of what's been happening?
It is not. It is not. It sounds like something that was, I said, downloaded from a DHS website. There is plenty of testimony in this case in declarations of individuals who describe the environment. And of course, we've seen it with our own eyes. Let's just set the table here, Chris. This suit is brought by United States citizens who are Latino or who work in those environments that Justice Kavanaugh has identified that DHS has targeted. So these are United States citizens who are describing their fear, of being taken into custody. And we have all seen with our own eyes what these ICE raids look like. There is not a gentle inquiry. He says that if it is determined that they are a U.S. citizen, the ICE officer promptly releases the individual. We have seen cases in which the colleagues of individuals who have been grabbed by ICE are telling ICE, this person is here legally, or this person is a U.S. citizen. And we have seen U.S. citizens detained in ICE custody for up to 3 months. So we understand that what he is saying is some sanitized, fantastical version of what
every citizen has a Social Security number. All right? But so do legal non-citizens. When you type in that Social Security number, the government knows if you're a citizen or not. So all you got to do is just give them your Social Security number, and you'll be fine. So what's the issue?
Look like. And it's so shocking because, of course, we're watching these raids happen on television. We're seeing it online. We're seeing what they look like. And we basically have a Supreme Court justice who's offering this fantasy that we are all supposed to go along with because the Supreme Court is the 800-pound gorilla, and who's going to check them? But it is really shocking. We just had the situation this past weekend of the raid on the EV battery plant in Georgia, where South Korean nationals who were here legally, engineers, were taken into ICE custody, shackled about their waist, their legs, handcuffed, and taken into ICE custody. Did that sound like a brief moment and an inquiry as to whether they were here legally and then a prompt release? No, the South Korean government had to negotiate their release with the United States. So this is a justice who's describing something that patently is not true and is contrary to the evidence and contrary to the evidence that was pulled in and evaluated by the district court. And then he says, let me tell you who the judiciary is. We're not allowed to put our finger on the scale for one policy or another. It's a gaslighting that I find so appalling. And for Amy Coney Barrett to say we're not in a constitutional crisis means that she is essentially calling her 3 colleagues, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, Justice Sotomayor, and Justice Kagan, all of whom have described the critical constitutional consequences of the way this conservative majority is behaving as rising to the level of constitutional dimension. They are profoundly concerned about our democracy. So even to dismiss it in the way she did in her book talk is disrespectful of her colleagues. There's something really unfortunate, frightening, scary going on the Supreme Court right now. And
it means that the actual justices that are supposed to have the lens of conservatism in their interpretation of the Constitution, heaven forbid that it goes against the grain of the liberal, because it's scary for them. You want the United States to be run by a bunch of fucking liberals, or would you prefer it to be run by a bunch of conservatives? Which one do you think is going to be more productive? Which one do you think is going to provide more opportunity for the citizens? Which one do you think you want to be guiding the country in war? Fighting the CCP. You want to have liberals that align with the CCP? Or do you want the conservatives that actually align with the Constitution? Let's just have DEI.
Part of what they are doing is trying to pretend that we are not seeing what we are seeing. Unfortunately, we have 3 justices who know them, who sit in those rooms with them, who are prepared to tell us what is going on.
Yeah, that's well said. We are seeing what we are seeing, no matter what people try to tell us. Sherman Eichel, thank you very much.
Another bullshit segment from MSNBC. All right, let's listen into Bloomberg and their take on Kirk.
This is absolutely, your emotions and what you're saying are absolutely appropriate. And at some point, you need to come together as a country and say, enough. I'm getting texts from Democratic and Republican senators, Republican and Democratic House members. I'm hearing from the people in power and the frustration and the anger that they have towards people who make political statements, who seek to use this to forward an agenda is simply atrocious. The first thing you think about is the loss of the family. The second thing you think about is the loss of the country. It doesn't matter whether you agree or disagree. In fact, it is completely irrelevant. What is relevant is that in the last 48 hours, you had a woman stabbed to death on a train, and there were 100 people who just watched it happen. We had shootings in Colorado, more shootings of young people, and we had this horrible tragedy. And I'm asking Americans to start to say, wait a minute, these aren't random circumstances. Right. That we have to consider the impact of what's happening, and we have to say to ourselves, enough. And that's the word that I'm going to leave this answer to your question with. Enough. Enough political violence. Enough destroying each other. I posted on my X account the speech of Bobby Kennedy in 1968, moments after the assassination of Martin Luther King.
Lovely, lovely. You know, the reality of the situation is the liberal isn't going to back down. So the conservatives need to be the sheepdog. Got to be the sheepdog. Wake up. Got to be the sheepdog. Because the ultra-liberal isn't going to back down. Wait until there's more further violence in the Middle East. Do you think that there's going to be protests going on in the United States? Of course. Everything that Trump does to try to get the illegal aliens out of this country, the liberals are protesting it because they think that illegal immigration is fine. Think that makes the country safer? Just imagine what we have to do if China invades Taiwan, like tomorrow. You think the liberals are going to be aligned with Trump's defense strategy? Probably not. See, the problem is ever since the Vietnam War, the crazy liberal has just been gaining ground.
They need to learn there are right and wrong ways to approach politics. He went on to say, I'm afraid that what we now learned is the wrong thing, which is anything goes at any time for any reason. Frank, people and young people especially were looking at this video within 5 minutes of this assassination happening. Is the corrosion generational?
The corrosion is throughout the country.
The video was horrific. And I was teaching while this happened. And someone's going to show me the video. And fortunately, my students pulled it away from me and said, don't look at it. You don't want to see it. Well, unfortunately, I saw it, and I couldn't believe what I saw. And this is not Hollywood. This is not entertainment. This is a human being.
I've seen a lot worse.
Rights to share his point of view with students who are there voluntarily. And that I really hope that we can, over the next 24, 48, 72 hours, sit down and discuss what is missing at home, why we seem to have lost the values of civility and decency and respect. I'm hoping that we will look at what's missing in our education system, because our kids are not being taught to celebrate each other, they're being taught to condemn each other. I hope that we have a discussion about social media and its role in forwarding and endorsing and pushing out this kind of messaging that makes it potentially acceptable to behave in such an inhumane way. And in the end, I want us to look at ourselves, as I have been doing over the last 24 hours, and the things that I have said. And
It's all about, it boils down. You can take all this bullshit rhetoric. It all boils down. God, country, and family. If you don't have those in your life, bam, you got a society that's devolving. It's that simple.
What happened? Where will we go from here?
You're spending time with Frank Luntz today on Balance of Power. I wonder your thoughts about what the president said last night. Radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. The framing of this.
Remember,
from
remember, you got to take the stance. The Constitution is more important than your life, period. It's more important than my life. The Constitution is more important than your kid's life, your family, period. The Constitution, making sure that it stays, making sure that that Constitution goes from one generation to another to another. If you are egocentric and you just care about your own life and not the Constitution, then eventually there will be a generation that does not have it. It's that simple. And the liberals want to erode the Constitution. So what this really means, and our founding fathers saw this in the future, that we will be tested, and we are either going to uphold the Constitution, even with force, or we're going to lose it.
People, and the reason why I always do your show, and I've got a commitment that I have to get to momentarily, I always do your show, always, because you have never asked an offensive question. You have never asked a question that's political or divisive or toxic. You have never behaved this way. And I want your viewers and your listeners to know.
I watch a lot of this. I watch a lot of Balance of Power. I play it almost every day on my show. And guess what? The host on the show is always demonizing Trump. Never, ever does he say anything positive. He's part of the fucking problem.
That we only speak the truth, even if it helps somebody else. Because in the end, we will be a stronger country and we will grow from this horrible moment if we affirm the importance of the truth. And if we don't, then this is only the beginning.
Yeah, we're going to war. I'm telling you, the war is coming.
You, Frank, and I just appreciate your honesty and candor today. And thank you for always doing the show.
This guy right here, this guy is part of the problem. Part of the problem right there, because he can't say anything positive about Trump.
To have Frank Luntz with us on this day of days.
And it's common in DC circles because he wants to be able to call and get a senator or get a representative on his show or get some sort of talking head. And if you're a pro-Trumper, you're not going to get that. You got to toe the line. You got to be kind of like either right in the middle or, Trump is really a mean guy. You see this all the time in Harvard. You probably see it at work. It's a microaggression in what they do, using their terminology. Well, conservatives need to push back on the microaggression and maybe be a little bit microaggressive.
We'll agree on this, as a matter of fact, and we'll talk with our political panel a bit later on today as well.
What, with Rick Davis, the dipshit?
Is with us too. And our dear friend Charlie is also with us. He's live in New York with a look at Wall Street. We're going to do that first and get to the Thursday trade with Charlie Pellet. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. 9/11, always a tough day on Wall Street, brings back a lot of memories. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, all advancing right now. Up 54, 65, 86. We're looking at a gain of 0.8%. We did get that relatively tame inflation reading combined with more signs of job cooling that is spurring the rally that we're seeing right now amid speculation that the Fed will be slashing interest rates for the first time this year. That, of course, meets next week. Right now, the S&P, as I mentioned, up 0.8%. The Dow up 1.3%. Nasdaq up 0.7%. The 10-year 3.99% on the 10-year, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.51%. Gold just about flat on the day right now at 36.38.
Please go to my store at bud-studio-reykjavik.com. And since we're going into Civil War, you might as well build some muscle. How are you going to do that? Go to my store and get the Gladiator Barley. It's a high-density protein. You do some resistance training, and guess what? You build more muscle. This stacks really well with the Myotrol, because Myotrol helps with the gene expression to build muscle, especially if you're age 40 or older. But take Gladiator Barley. This will help to build muscle. It'll bring down inflammation, detoxify your body, and soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase. It's very powerful stuff. Take it every day. And you can stack it with Boomer Boost or just take it separately. But again, this is important to take. And by taking it, you're detoxifying your body, you're bringing down inflammation. That's important for multiple systems like your cardiovascular system, your immune system, your endocrine system, and even your cerebral. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley.
Charlie, he'll have a lot more in about 15 minutes as we work our way through. Each hour we check into Charlie to keep tabs on markets, and so far it's been a pretty impressive move today. Once again, people start calling the top. Just hold your breath for a moment as we consider the aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. We're going to be talking about this a lot today on the program, as we just were with Frank Luntz, one of the first people, and certainly the first lawmaker I had a chance to speak with after this news broke last night. Senator Mike Rounds, the Republican from South Dakota, was coming on to talk about any number of issues, but not this one. And we got into the prospect of political violence and what some believe is the real need for additional security for members of Congress. What are his thoughts?
It is an opportunity for us to once again tell the rest of America and the rest of the world that we can have different points of view and not be violent about it. And so anything that any of us can do to offer as an example the way that we should treat one another with respect, that's a positive thing. I think that's what Charlie Kirk would have wanted to have had happen. And most certainly that's something that I think we should continue to carry on, which is peacefully discuss and have your different points of view, argue it, debate it. It's healthy for America, but our founding fathers wanted that to be done in such a fashion that we could still be one strong, unified nation, even if we have different points of view. And there's nothing wrong with having different points of view.
Well, I appreciate your point of view on that, Senator. We were looking at some polling from Ipsos from back in July that asked voters about political extremism and threats to our democracy. This poll with Reuters showed 27% of Americans ranked political extremism as the most important problem facing the U.S. How about you?
I can just tell you from personal experience here in Washington, we work across some of the most polarized areas in terms of ideas and ideologies. But if you talk to members of the Senate, Republican and Democrat alike, we get along with one another. We have visits with one another. We go to lunch together. We have a prayer breakfast together. We have Bible studies together. We are not enemies. We may have different points of view, but that doesn't get across very often. And so the example that we should be able to offer is one of unity in terms of making America better than what it is today. Our founding fathers said that they wanted to create a more perfect union. They didn't say our union was perfect to begin with. They wanted it more perfect. But that's what we should be focused on here. And sometimes in the middle of our strong emotions here, we forget to finish with that particular part of the message, which is regardless of our points of view, we're Americans first. And we treat each other with respect and with dignity. And here in the Capitol, and in the offices that we have, I can tell you personally and that behind closed doors, Republicans and Democrats alike get along. We respect one another. We consider each other as colleagues and friends. And we would hope that across America, whether it's a coffee clutch or whether it's a political meeting, a city council meeting, or a state legislative body, that we remember that we are all Americans and that we have a whole lot more in common than we'll ever disagree on.
Mike Rounds.
No. The camel's back is broken.
Because if you're not here in Washington, you may not realize that, yes, these guys and gals work out together in the gym on Capitol Hill in the morning. They might have their private quarters, but they come together a lot. A lot of them are friends. They play on softball teams together. Sometimes they're targeted together. Now, I mentioned that research.
This is a fallacy argument here. You have both parties captured by lobbying groups, by the same lobbying group. Do you think oil only goes to Republicans? The oil lobbying group also goes to the Democrats. What about Big Pharma? both. Get real. So it's not about what's happening in Congress, it's what's happening on Main Street. And Main Street, the problem is that the people's wishes aren't being upheld within Congress. And that there's a division within Main Street. And that's the ultra-liberal and this conservative stuff that's happening.
That Republicans and Democrats are fairly even on when it comes to their worry. Now, it's a whole host of different things they're worried about when it comes to political extremism, the friction, the polarization, and even the violence in the past. So that definitely, and without a doubt, is the number one issue today in America.
Fascinating. You find as well nativism, an animating force in America today. What are you learning when you talk to voters about this? This is really what's driving.
So driving most, I would make the argument that it's driving most of our politics today, right? And nativism, what is nativism? It's
so demonizing demonizing
those that have a more restrictive view of it tend to be Republicans.
See?
Those that have a less restrictive view tend to be Democrats. And that is the conflict today. We see it across America. Right?
Wait, it's about nativism. So it's the Republicans that must be at fault. That's what that's the implicitness of this argument that they have. This is the point I'm making. If you're a conservative person, don't back down because they're just going to take advantage of you standing down. Don't be stupid. Because they just keep on doing this. And they've been doing it ever since the Vietnam era. This isn't something modern.
A bomb, and you say horrible things about the guy you just worked out with in the gym. Maybe that's not the case. Maybe they don't get along. But the fact of the matter is, the contrast that you see across the country is born of a perverted vision of Washington, is it not?
Well, I think it's a function of distance, social, cultural, political, right? I mean, indeed, we are very polarized, and we have been over the last few decades, and it's only gotten worse. But this polarization, as I said before, is cultural, it's geographic. As an example, we see it play out in these sort of ecosystems, virtual ecosystems that can be very, very hateful at times. Yeah. But ultimately, the problem of distance is a problem of empathy, the inability to put oneself in the other one's shoes. And I think that's what the senator was hammering home, that at the end of the day, we might disagree on many things, but we can sort of model the other one's life. We can understand where they're coming from. But for many, that's very difficult when they just engage in ultimately the virtual or social world.
It's a version of road rage when you don't have to actually talk to people face to face. You act like a different person.
It's much easier to criticize online and social media than it is face to face. Ultimately, the last point I would make there, which I think it's very interesting the way you framed it. Leadership matters in a world that's fractured, where we don't engage. I don't know my senator or my local town leader or the local dog catcher like I used to. I just walk down the street. I know them mostly virtually. And often, and we know this based upon public opinion data, often I'll follow their lead. It's called queuing. I'll follow Trump's lead. I'll follow Biden's lead because I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and I trust him. And when leadership calms things and says, we work together, this has a salutary effect. But when leadership and leaders basically throw barbs back on the other side, this is problematic because the average American doesn't necessarily have, as you said before, you were alluding to, have contact with the other side.
That's right. And so here we are on this 24th anniversary of 9/11. And you're going to hear a lot of people talk about the unity that we all felt in this country. There was an American flag on every house. Does this feel like the opposite?
Yeah, we're in a difficult place right now. I think this assassination of Charlie Kirk obviously is devastating. It really weighs heavy on the body politic, and a body politic that was already strained. A widespread belief that the system was broken, it no longer worked for the average person. He was for many, a shining glimmer of hope for something different. 9/11 at the time rallied the troops, moved public opinion immensely. I think Bush gained 30 or 40 points in the end, but ultimately, we're in a place where people no longer trust the system.
Interesting to think that this president of the United States is also headed to a Yankees game this evening, and we'll see what kind of unity he can strike while he's there. Cliff Young, great analysis and great insights from our friend at Ipsos. Thank you, Cliff, for being here.
This host on Balance of Power, and I've watched a lot of it, he hates Trump, and he doesn't say anything positive. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive profile for the powder. This is a month supply. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, even with milk. I take it with soft foods like hummus. Take it every day, and it'll target multiple systems. It'll target your heart and your vascular system, brain function, rev up your energy levels, and improve your metabolism. So it's a great way to get healthy. Now, take it once a day. And if you're trying to lose weight, this is also a good way to lose weight by using this as your meal. So like you put it in soft foods like some yogurt or some applesauce or hummus, right? And then have a calorie restriction for your second meal and your third meal. And then you do your exercise, primarily resistance training, more resistance training than cardio, because you'll lose more weight when you build muscle. This will also help with muscle, with strength and maintaining strength and building strength. And so over time, you're going to start to lose weight safely. And then once you reach your target weight, then you can go back to your maintenance calories and then take this every day. For ones that don't need to lose weight, I mean, obviously I don't need to lose weight, right? So I take this every day. I just mix it with soft foods, and I just have my normal number of calories per day. And this is a great way to fuel my body with the nutrients it needs to improve these different systems. And over time, what you will notice is that you are slowing down the aging process. You'll notice the benefits of this within 72 hours. You'll start feeling that you have more energy and that you have more vitality and you want to be more active. And then, so within 72 hours, you'll notice that you're taking this. Now, I used to have chronic headaches, all right, going all the way back to when I was a kid. I mean, going all the way back to 6 years old. Migraine headaches. I've suffered them my whole life, all right? And just by accident, when I started taking Boomer Boost, the number of migraine headaches has drastically gone down. I used to have at least 3 to 5 migraine headaches every week for decades, all right? I don't know what's in this that causes it not to have a headache, but for me, the headaches went away, and I noticed it within 1 week that happened. So the point I'm making is that there may be something that is problematic for you, that it's just been chronic and you just don't know how to, it just doesn't go. Try this. It might actually reverse the issue. So again, you'll notice that you're getting benefits of this within 72 hours. It targets multiple systems, and you take it over a long period of time, and you'll notice that you're actually slowing down the aging process. And it stacks really well with the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. When you do that, you're even controlling your A1C levels even more. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. This is great stuff. I mean, I wish I had this when I was in triathlons. I would have used this as a fuel source for my triathlons. So if you're an athlete, you can benefit from this for pre-workout fuel source or post-workout fuel source. So there's a lot of ways to use this. So please go to my store, get it, get healthy. It's powerful stuff. Go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any orders. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
Globally on Wall Street, we do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks and bonds rise as this morning's data signal a September Fed rate cut. S&P up 51 now to 65.82. We're looking at a record there, up by about 0.8%. The Dow up 585, up 1.3%. S&P is off session highs, but still holding close to a record. We've got NASDAQ up 0.6% right now. Our Mag 7 index pushing higher by 0.8%. The 10-year after this morning's data, 4.00%. The 2-year, 3.51%. Gold down $5 the ounce, down 0.2%, 36.34 right now. And West Texas Intermediate crude is down 1.9%, 62.46 a barrel. Bitcoin at 114,577, up by about 0.8%. Again, S&P 500 index up 0.8%. This morning's reading on consumer prices was in line with expectations, while initial jobless claims jumped to the highest in almost 4 years. As for the economic backdrop, Tiffany Wilding is economist at PIMCO, and she was interviewed this morning on surveillance.
We are really entering this kind of period of weakness, potential weakness. We'll see some fiscal supports that are offsetting the tariff effects, but they don't kick in until, the beginning of 2026, so call it February, March, when consumers are starting to get really big refunds for retroactive tax cuts. But until then, we're really kind of in this period of weakness.
Tiffany Wilding of PIMCO. Apple hit with a pair of downgrades today in the latest sign of caution toward the iPhone maker, which has sharply underperformed its large cap tech peers this year. Apple shares, they're trading higher by about 0.8%. And Oracle retreating after yesterday's 36% surge. Oracle right now lower by 4.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington, and once again, here is your host, Joe Matthew.
Okay, Charlie, great to have you with us. As always, Charlie will be back coming up top of the hour around 1 o'clock as we welcome our global television audience to the Thursday edition of Balance of Power with the latest on Wall Street. It has been a buffo session so far. A lot of breakouts following that Oracle earnings report on the AI front. It's really been something to watch. We are, of course, consumed with politics on this program, and today in Washington, it does feel a bit different coming off of the news last evening and the assassination of Charlie Kirk, now moving into the stages, of course, that we walk through each year on the 11th of September. There was a ceremony held, as we do each year at the Pentagon. President Trump attended that ceremony, and he's going to be making his way to New York a little bit later on today to attend the New York Yankees game. Of course, recalling former President George W. Bush's triumphant night at Yankee Stadium, when the nation felt like it was in a very different place than it is today. The unity that followed 9/11 is something that many wish they could duplicate. As we've heard more than once, and following this assassination yesterday, I think to many it seems even further out of reach. There'll be much more news to follow, and we'll update things with the help of Bloomberg and CBS News along the way throughout the day here on Bloomberg. We're focused on seeking context and perspective. It was a briefing held last evening, and it was stark to listen to on Bloomberg Radio. Doug Krisner was on the air, and I was driving home from the late edition of Balance of Power when the governor of Utah, Spencer Cox, started speaking. And I think you might remember the headline that I'm referring to. Let's listen to the governor before we bring in our panel. Here's Spencer Cox.
I want to be very clear that this is a political assassination. We are celebrating 250 years of the founding of this great nation. That founding document, the Declaration of Independence, that this great experiment on which we embarked together 250 years ago, that we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. The first one of those is life. And today, a life was taken. Charlie Kirk was first and foremost a husband and a dad to 2 young children. He was also...
Let's just replay it.
very much politically involved.
And this is where we start with our panel. I'm glad to say that Jeannie is with us today. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is Democracy Visiting Fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, joined as well by Republican strategist Greta Joins, Policy Director Brownstein Hyatt. Greta, welcome back to our conversation. It's great to see you. And Jeannie, I want to start with you here. With so many questions, most of them are pretty simple. I think people are asking this morning when you talk to somebody in the office. I got a couple of calls from friends earlier than usual today because they wanted to get me before I left the house. I was really happy to hear from them. Questions like, how did we get here? And how do we move on? Some folks are very worried, in some cases, about the rhetoric that we heard from President Trump last evening, some of the blame game that has followed. But Jeannie, they haven't even found the shooter yet. And I wonder what you think the proper conversation is to be having right now. What questions are you asking?
You know, I think the proper conversation is, of course, to extend our condolences to Charlie Kirk's very young family and to celebrate the work that he did. I am obviously a Democrat, but I know of Charlie Kirk's work very, very well because I am fortunate enough to spend much of my professional life on college campuses. And you can hardly have been on a college campus in the last 10 years without being introduced to Charlie Kirk in one form or another. And just today, Joe, I, like you, was hearing from people, and I heard from an alum who had started the Turning Point group on campus, and I had worked with her as a faculty member on that, and she is now working on the Hill, and she just recalled how life-changing Charlie Kirk and Turning Point were for her and other conservative students on campus. And so I think that's the proper conversation to have. And then I think the other proper conversation to have is about, you mentioned the rhetoric, and I think that is the rhetoric we use to respond to this. Because one thing I think we all have to be careful about, particularly those on my side of the aisle, is to say political violence is unacceptable, but. And remember, anything before a but is a lie. We should never be saying, but we disagreed with him or we found it offensive. It's got to be political violence is unacceptable. And the same goes with the others.
No, there is but. There's comma but. Right. No, there is a but. You try to have civil discourse, but when you have a group of people that are eroding your constitutional freedoms, and you have you have a judicial branch that's not protecting because it's been captured by a group of people that want to erode the Constitution, then there is no other recourse than war. That is civil war, when there's no recourse. So there is a but. Now it's a fat tail event. Let me just not say a fat tail event. It's a low probability event, but it's a high impact event. But there is a but. It's a rare case, but there is a but. What do you mean there's no but? I mean, do you not have a history of society in general in any culture? There is a but. What are you talking about? There's no but. The question is, how much are the Constitution to be protected?
When he was basically a teenager, to the engagement and the movement that he started. And I think that as we move forward, his legacy, he would certainly want to be his family and his faith. And I think it's just, as Republicans, I think we're trying to reconcile that.
Wrong. It's not about the family. It's not about the faith. It's about protecting the Constitution. Like I keep on saying, this is where everybody gets it wrong. The Constitution is more important than your life, period. God, I just can't stand these people. They're not even educated. All right, let me rewind so I stop interrupting because this is live. So I have to rewind it here.
Do you worry this is an inflection point that leads to something worse or something better?
I don't know. I think as you talk to Republicans today, the anger is palpable. Charlie's enduring legacy was certainly his commitment.
It's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. Why? Look, do you think things have been getting better since 1968? Really? Really? You think things are getting better? Civilly? No, it's not. Even the universities are captured by a bunch of hippie liberals.
And to engaging with and discussing things with the other side. And I think what is so frustrating is here as a Republican is hearing from those on the far left, and certainly not my partner here on the panel today, really encouraging and mocking the.
But Jeannie hates Trump. We play it every day. How she demonizes Trump all the time, 24/7, and she demonized him so much. As a representative from my own university, she was elevated to Harvard.
The tone and tenor of what Charlie did from when he was basically a teenager to the engagement and the movement that he started. And I think that as we move forward, his legacy, he would certainly want to be his family and his faith. And I think it's just, as Republicans, I think we're trying to reconcile that with how frustrating and vilified I think we feel that Charlie was unfairly for many years.
Let me prove to you why your family and you and all that isn't as important as the Constitution. If that was the case, then every single soldier that has died in war, in protecting this country, and moving the ball forward, has died in vain. Because they're just doing it for their family. They're not doing it for a higher purpose, to allow for another generation to have a document and a government that is for the people, by the people. Then if it's just for your family, it's just ego. It's just ego. Now, it is important, God, country, and family. That's true. The pillars are God, country, and family. But the most important thing here is not your life, but it's the life of the Constitution. And when people stop having that kind of mentality, and people don't have that in their ethos, then it's so easy to just, when going gets tough, don't worry about the Constitution, erode it. Take away the civil liberties. Oh, just erode it. See now the reason why egoism doesn't work in terms of long-term protecting the Constitution?
It is, it's a challenging moment for the country, but I think that, frankly, conservatives' feelings on this point, I think are valid.
Mm-hmm. There were a lot of progressives who felt vilified by some of Charlie Kirk's comments as well, which I'm not going to spend a lot of time exploring on the program here. Greta, I just wonder your thoughts on what we heard from Congressman Don Bacon today, Republican from Nebraska. He says he wishes President Trump would unite the country after this shooting, but, quote, he's a populist. He says populists dwell on anger. And I have to remind people, we had Democrats killed in Minnesota too, right? Does he have a point, Greta?
I don't know Congressman Bacon well enough to sort of comment on like where his thoughts are and where his feelings are in this moment in time.
Just on the fact that Democrats have been targeted by political violence as well.
I think, the comments that we're hearing on both sides that political violence is a terrible thing are accurate. I think what has been challenging in particular in recent weeks for Republicans to see is certainly
it's the magnitude and the frequency.
Like Newsom post mocking pictures of the assassination attempt on President Trump.
Right.
And, that I think the more insulated that we become from the seriousness of all of these conversations. And I think, really aggressively using terms like fascist and Nazi, and we are at war with our opponents, as we heard Senator Murphy say just a couple of days ago. I think that emboldens those who are attacking Charlie Kirk, who are attacking President Trump, and are certainly going after any political stripe out there.
This is the point I'm making. This is exactly the point I've been making for like 2 hours. Don't back down. If you're conservative, don't back down. Because if you decide to back down, then they're just going to continue moving forward. These liberals will keep on demonizing you and trying to pigeonhole you. And the less power you have, the easier it is for them. But the more power you have, the more that you actually stand for the constitutional rights for all citizens, legal citizens, the more power you're going to have. They want you to back down. Don't back down. Why? If you're conservative, don't back down. Because every time you back down, you're capitulating and giving up ground. And believe me, the libtards, they're going to take it. You just go on TikTok or even X and see lots of people gleefully celebrating the death of Charlie. Isn't that sickening? You may not like them, but there's hundreds of these posts, if not thousands. There's a rot that is happening in American society where there's a lack of regard for property rights, and a lack of regard for life. Now let's go to that whole lack of regard for life. You have the liberals continually pushing for, let's kill the baby. Let's kill the fetus. It's my right. It's my body, my choice, right? Didn't seem like we had too much of a choice in 2020. There are certain things that are not coplanar to the Constitution. There are certain ideologies that are not coplanar to it. And because they're not coplanar, then you have to fight back. This idea that, relativism and everything is okay, and that it's just everyone's perspective is equally weighted, that's tied into DEI, postmodernism in philosophy, that's all DEI. That's just a tributary of postmodernism philosophy. And that all perspectives should be equally weighted and all perspectives should be equally protected. No, not necessarily. So when you have certain perspectives that aren't coplanar to the actual Constitution, then what should you do? Should you just let them continually gain ground and erode the Constitution? Because if they were coplanar to the Constitution, why is the Constitution being eroded? Why are liberals eroding the Constitution? I thought it was coplanar. It's not. That's the whole issue here. And the conservatives need to push back. Now, if you are taking away from the liberals, they're going to say, you're a Nazi, you're a fascist. Ultraliberalism needs to die in this country.
That is a challenging moment, for sure.
Well, of course, Jeannie, we remember in June, the Minnesota Speaker of the House, Emerita Melissa Hortman, was killed in a shooting at her home along with her husband Mark. Her fellow Democratic lawmaker, State Senator John Hoffman, and his wife were also shot and wounded. I could go through, of course, a list like this, but I recall the president's remarks last evening when he sent out that video from the Oval Office and referred to radical left political violence hurting too many innocent people. Are we going down a dangerous path here with blaming one side or the other?
There's more to this argument here. Right? It's important that he's bringing this question. It's not just the liberal and the conservative polarization. It is representative government not representing the people because they've been either captured or they're on the take by the lobbying groups. And when the people don't feel that they're being represented in government, both sides, conservatives and liberals, are going to have anger that boils up, and a fringe group within these different subcultures will end up going after the representatives. This is a microcosm of what was happening during the French Revolution. The French Revolution was obviously more violent. You know, the guillotines, you remember that? But this is a microcosm of it. When you have representative government on the take and only paying attention to powerful interests and not the will of the people, when there is this division of the haves and the have-nots, or I'm reading a book here, you know, not to go off on a tangent, but The Haves and the Have-Yachts, which is an excellent book. But the reality of the situation is that there is an economic division that's taking place within society. And there's anger because the representatives are not fixing the fucking problem. So don't be surprised that the representatives get bumped off, because that's exactly what happened during the French Revolution. So it's a little bit more beyond conservatives and liberals. It's also powerful interest groups controlling the passage of bills in Congress. We're not reaching a Nash equilibrium. And so the only way to deal with this is either just to cut off the power of the lobbying group and to have the representatives be beholden to the will of the people. The ones that actually vote, not just give the money. Or there's going to have to be a civil war. And our founding fathers saw this. They saw that there will be a time that you're going to have to do this. And on the other side, you're either going to lose the Constitution or you're going to strengthen it.
I think so, and I think that Representative Bacon's words are well taken, and I too wish the president would not have said that last night. You mentioned the shootings of the state senators. We also had the horrific firebombing of Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania's house, a Democrat, where he and his family were. We had the attempted kidnapping of Gretchen Whitmer, Democrat, Michigan governor. We had the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi's husband, brutally beaten. You know, we've had political violence increasing on both sides, and in every situation, it is deplorable. I would also just caution that when you look at the research on political violence and when you look at the history of political violence in this country, probably the most politically violent decade before now was in the 1960s.
See?
Rhetoric plays a role, and we are certainly at a different point with social media and our access
She's right about that.
But that is not the primary or only factor. Another key factor, and probably the key factor in the drumming up of political violence,
is the inability of people to get their government in Washington, D.C. to respond to their needs.
Finally, someone is telling the truth.
Talk about the rhetoric because it's much more enticing to talk about. But the reality is we have structural problems in the government which drive vast amounts of political violence in this country. And
Exactly.
that needs to
And
be
our founding fathers said that when the government isn't paying attention to we the people, it's we the people with the endowed rights of our creator to force it to happen. Now, how do you think that's going to happen if you don't have the Second Amendment? So maybe what Hamilton and Madison and Jefferson were saying in the Federalist Papers were right. Maybe their wisdom is a little bit way beyond the rhetoric that we have today by the representatives that are a bunch of dipshits. This country will have to go to war with its representatives if they don't follow the intent of the Constitution. If they're going to be beholden to interest groups, special interest groups, if they're going to be beholden to powerful lobbying groups and not we the people, don't be surprised there's a revolution. And this revolution is not going to be an American revolution. It's going to be like the French Revolution. And people are going to be building guillotines. And they're going to be beheading people. Because it's going to be a lot more bloody. So the power, the people that have money that are running the show, telling the representatives what to do. Because you think you and I are telling the representatives what to do? Of course not. Those powerful people, until they lose power, lose their money, lose their tentacles into government, until that happens, they're going to continue to gain more power, and that we, the people, are going to lose. So what happens is they're like this gigantic parasite that ends up killing the host, and the host is this self-governing apparatus. So what are we going to do? What are we, the people, going to do? The only, history just proves it. The only solution isn't just more talk. We've been talking since 1960s. Talk. It's just getting worse. More debt, more foreign wars, more income inequality. Talk. It's going to eventually boil over to the point where, boom, there's a war.
And on Charlie Kirk, I will just say, to echo a bit of what Greta said, he was this person who loved to go on college campuses where we celebrate free speech and engage with everybody. And he did so with joy. And I'm always reminded he was joyful right before the horrific shooting yesterday. And I'm reminded of what...
I don't want to speak ill of the dead. I never really watched Charlie Kirk because I think it's just generational. I'm too old to listen to him. All right. But the thing is that he was also doing it for fame. He was also doing it. He had one foot was to try to do the right thing and try to build the conservative movement. All right. But there was also a point where it was monetized. So don't pretend that he wasn't trying to monetize this.
God Save America said, the Democrats need to find some joy in their party because you can't have a party without fun and joy, Joe Matthew. And that is what Charlie Kirk brought to the party of the GOP. And that is why so many young people were attracted to him. And again, unless you are surrounded by young people, it's hard to know that. That doesn't mean all of them, because there's vast progressives and liberals who didn't like him. But Charlie Kirk had fun, most fun, more fun, just like his mentor, Rush Limbaugh, engaging with people who disagreed with him as he did those who agreed with him. So there was a joy to him that we should not forget. And Democrats want to emulate that on the left. They haven't been able to because there's only one Charlie Kirk, but that is something important to keep in mind about his prowess and what 31, 32 years old he was able to bring.
There's only one Charlie Kirk, but everyone's a Charlie Kirk now. Now the question is, are you going to stand up for your constitutional rights, because there's a powerful group of people that wants to silence you, just like they silenced Charlie. You gonna stand up? You gonna stand up and actually protect the Constitution? Are you gonna stand up and realize that your life is not as important as the Constitution? Or are you gonna just be self-centered? Because if you're just self-centered, this whole system that we have is gonna collapse.
That's a great point. I was talking to producer James about this. I'm not sure there is an equivalent on the left, which is why people have been looking to lawmakers in the Democratic Party to respond to this. Ginny Shanzano, great stuff, and Greta Joins, thank you so much for your honesty and your analysis. Our panel will be back in our second hour. As I mentioned, we'll welcome our global television audience to the conversation. Congressman Brian Style will join us.
Just remember, this guy has said almost every day that he's on Bloomberg that Trump is a bad guy. Now, he'll say it with a little bit of class, but he always insinuates it. He's a very condescending individual. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. C60 is a very strong, very potent antioxidant, 1,000 times stronger than vitamin C. It'll soak up free radicals, help with the health of the mitochondria, your energy will improve. It'll help with your immune system, your endocrine system, your vascular system, brain function, help the health of the neurons, super important. It helps with cardiovascular health because it's soaking up free radicals at the vascular level to prevent the oxidation of LDL. And if you prevent that, then guess what? You have less plaque buildup. So please go to my store, take a teaspoon a day, every day, preferably on an empty stomach, but take a teaspoon every day. You can get it in extra virgin olive oil, avocado oil, or MCT coconut oil. You can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. Take it every day. Take a teaspoon a day. I've been taking this since 2016. All right? I'm in my 50s. And C60 is part of the anti-aging protocol that I have. In a nutshell, the foundation, the multivitamin, and the probiotics. The 4 pillars, Max 35 or cleanse to boost up that immune system. The second pillar, the C60, to soak up free radicals. The third pillar, the turmeric, the ashwagandha, the lignans, to help with the immune system by bringing down inflammation, but it also helps your cardiovascular system. And Boomer Boost to rev up your metabolism and increase your energy levels. But you're also targeting multiple systems with Boomer Boost. You're targeting your heart, your vascular system, musculature, and your brain function. So that's a really powerful stack to slow down the aging process. And you can build off of it based on the other items that I have in my store, or you can customize. But the point here is to get healthy. You think the government is going to take care of you? You think the crazy liberals are going to take care of you with just issuing out more dollars for Medicare and Medicaid? Meanwhile, your healthcare costs, if you're working for a company, your monthly contribution for your insurance keeps on going up, while the health of Americans are continually to decline. So you're paying more, but you're getting less coverage and you're getting less outcomes from it. Or are you going to take charge of yourself through individualism, not collectivism, but through individualism and actually get healthy? You want to save a ton of money at the societal level, like tens of billions of dollars, maybe $100 billion, maybe more a year? People get healthy so they don't have chronic diseases like diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. That's the way you do it. Because most of those are self-induced. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. Please subscribe to all my channels. All the links are in the description of this video. Help support the work that I do. It's about individualism instead of collectivism. It's about maintaining the Constitution versus individuals that want to erode it. Thank you for listening and have a nice day.